So, we are picking up with another field trip this week, or at least the beginning of one. As you're aware, you'll be taking the train all the way up through Trismere, all the way to the northern part, right at the border of where it meets Heaven's Pillars. Um, for most of you, this will be the furthest north you've ever gone. For Clara, obviously, it's like a halfway homecoming. I think for Uther and Dafer, this might be the first time they've like gone into Trismere as well.
Mhm.
Yeah. At present, it is just as everyone is heading to bed Sunday evening. Whether you would be, shall we say, dutiful and go to bed early, or those of you who are a little bit more rebellious or studious and stay up, either working on little bits and pieces, we've already reached the stage of the night where even the people that stay up late have started to drift off asleep. Adhira, as you've been
Yes.
sleeping these last few nights, you've been using this new ability of yours to go, should we say, wandering about.
Mhm.
Um, do you do as such tonight, or is it something that you've used to the point where you need to refresh it? I'm not sure what you're up to tonight, basically.
Uh, do I get my stuff back tomorrow morning, or
Technically, yeah, it would be after this Sunday rest you would get everything back, so you would be
I
around
would I would use it to its most. She would be exploring her limits.
Okay. Um, give me a perception check. 15. So, as you spend time existing as something that is both you and not you, something that is representative of your intent and your spirit, you drift about the building, you keep an eye out on the city, you do your best to meditate. As you're drifting back to your body that evening to return to a normal slumber, you catch sight of the mirror in your room. Little like vanity mirror set up where you do your makeup every morning. You've got several smaller mirrors there as well. And it's actually one of these smaller mirrors that catches your attention. It's tilted up towards the ceiling, and you see the reflection of the night sky that Andrus had painted for you. In that mirror, it doesn't look like a night sky at all. In every other reflective surface in the room, and when you look up, you see the painted stars, but in this small circular mirror that's angled towards the ceiling, you see like a familiar looking street from a settlement back home. It's not familiar in the sense that you're like, oh, I know that spot, that's this specific road, it's right next to this building. It's like, it's familiar in the sense of it's the compacted sand, and you can see the window frames, and you can see like every
The traits
detail.
of architecture.
Yeah, it reminds you of home, and it's just this little, it's this reflection of the night sky, but in the mirror itself, it's a different reminder of home. What would you like to do?
She is going to, maybe out of physical reflex, cock her ethereal form's head to the side and drift closer to the mirror.
These last few days, you've been playing with your appearance, be it bird-like or otherwise. As you drift closer to the mirror, the reflection of yourself that you see is not some drifting bird with an uncanny wing pattern. It is a reflection of yourself as you might remember yourself from maybe 2-3 years ago. You see, as you fly closer to the mirror, that same reflection of the younger girl you used to be is walking down an old street in the dark.
Hmm. I will watch.
Give me a wisdom check. 10. Atira, you are a young orphan girl in the streets. You have found your way to this place because you are evading a series of, should we say, officers of the law that are not the usual slowpokes that have gotten to you, that you've evaded before. These are people who've done their proper investigation. They found out places you might stay. They've been spending time working out what it is you do, and that has corralled you to an unfamiliar part of town. As you walk down this lonely street that's both familiar and entirely alien to this younger you, this you that you are, you catch sight of, there's like a single candle up near someone's window. Just like the window's open, there's a candle there. Maybe they were reading by candlelight till late, but now they've fallen asleep and all you can see is like the inside of the darkness of this room. And inside that room, you see a mirror. And in the mirror is perhaps a dangling figurine of a bird, maybe a dove or something like that you can see. A little reflection in the mirror. But what kind of catches your attention, Atira, is that as you move, so does the bird as you're walking down this unfamiliar street. What would you like to do?
It's a charm, yeah?
Yeah, like a little, like maybe something someone might hang over a baby's crib or something like that, like a little mobile toy, a little bird that's dangling there. Although you can't see a string, but I mean, the light isn't great.
It's a nice thing. I like nice things. It doesn't look like anyone's around. I would like to take it.
You walk closer to the window, and as you do, the figurine seems to get larger. And obviously, objects that are far away get bigger as you get closer, but there's something odd about this. It grows at a rate that feels unsettling to you, Atira. You slip through the windowsill, quiet, and to your right-hand side, you see the outline of probably like a man in his early 20s. He's asleep in bed, bundled up with these it's like a red, like a sleeping blanket, 'cause obviously it's too warm for like a full-on duvet or something like that. Their faces away from you, so they're like facing towards the corner of the room. Only the candle light, so the kind of shadows cast big. But yeah, the figurine is there, and it's facing you as you're facing it.
Still getting bigger, weirdly bigger.
Every time you take a step closer, it gets bigger. And it is getting so big now that the image of it is like distorting in the mirror. The closer you get, the more the features of a bird seem to shift. And you're starting to see obviously birds have feathers, but you can see like individual hairs from the top of the bird's head. But it seems to then blend back down into the roughage, the feathers of the chest and everything. So it's like half bird, half half woman.
Still looks like it's made out of metal.
You would say this close, like maybe like carved precious stone, maybe marble stone. There are traces of gold in there, and like a deep obsidian is starting to grow forth from the beak and expand outwards, and not like grow as if like the beak is growing, but like the color itself seems to be staining outwards from the center towards more of the features of the bird that seem ever more like a woman.
Little girl Adhira licks her lips, kind of tongue out in a hint of concentration. And she is going to slowly extend a hand as if not to wake anything, not to disturb the moment, and try and carefully touch gem, item, thing, this unknown.
You reach out for the small statuary of a woman. You see golden makeup, like a rich, dark stone face, silvery marble hair. You see the clothing, like engraved in. The artist has done an impeccable job of showing the shock and fear on the features of this woman's face. And to your younger self, she seems both oh so familiar and yet also more afraid and sad than you've ever seen someone look. As you reach out, the stone begins to decay. It rots as only flesh can, and as it peels away as your hand gets closer, suddenly you feel someone grip your shoulder. As you wheel around and you whip to look, the man that was in the bed has woken. His face is missing, and in its place is just a flat pool of blood in which you see the reflection of yourself holding a knife, and suddenly you wake.
She screams. It's a choking scream that dissolves into silent shaking.
Is it, 1 second, is it loud enough that I would be capable of hearing it if I had a light sleep? Or
Make a
if I had
perception check.
Yeah, we can do it that way.
Okay.
Those of you who feel you're light enough sleepers to wake, I would say Dafer on a 21. There would be a noise that would wake you. It sounds like Atira chokes it off pretty quickly in a sense. So I think Dafer, give me a survival check as well.
Like, I hear choked scream. I'm in panic mode. So this is now comes down to me judging the situation correctly.
You wake up having you believe you heard a choked scream, but on 15 you can't place anything than other it came from the side of the building that faces out towards like the wall beyond into the city. That's the only sort of directionality you have in that moment.
Okay, so one thing, I do not have the map in front of me of the school dorms in general. But whose rooms are on that direction? I assume Clara.
Akira, and then there's some year 2 dorms on that side as well.
Okay, which is the door directly opposed to mine?
If you were to go, because you're on the other side, there's some inside. So directly opposed to you, I actually think it's Clara's room than Adhira's, or yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, Dafer is out. Like, I mean, he only has the choked noise to go by, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Dafer is out of his room in like a heartbeat and essentially opening Clara's door to see if anything is going on.
I imagine Clara's door would be locked. I don't think she would probably sleep without a locked door, but I mean, Clara, feel free to tell me.
That would be correct.
Yeah. So
Oh,
yeah,
fuck.
Dafra, I mean, you could knock. I guess my question would be, Adhira, after that initial wake up, as you're sort of like settling from the panic, what do you want to do?
Deep breaths into standing, into opening my door, getting out, getting air.
In which case, Dafra, as you round the corner, before you get to Clara's door, Adhira would open the door, and the two of you would not quite come face to face, but I mean, he'd be immediately on your right, coming around the corner, Adhira.
Like I assume Dafer already had like his hand raised to like knock violently on Clara's door as needed. Sees Adhira, his hand hold like midair. Was it you? Everything okay?
She stops, face caught in a moment of surprise before softening somewhat. I'm sorry, I must have screamed. I
Everything okay? Tension visibly leaves Dafer as you say that. You want a tea or something? Something to calm down.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Do you have any relaxation midnight snacks? That you like? Right. Let me whip something up.
The two of you head towards the kitchen. You put a kettle on to boil, grab some herbs that are, you know, sort of like chamomile tea type thing, and begin stewing it. Adhira, what do you want to do? As Dafer is busying himself with a pot of tea.
She's kind of in this weird in-between state where she sits at the counter, fingers tapping against each other, hands with the remnants of shaking. It's not quite terror, but it's something has definitely spooked her, and spooked her bad, deep.
I think as I finish like the general preparations of the tea so that it now can just sit, I like put that down onto the table. I like put an empty yet empty cup into your hand to hold on to. Put mine down like opposite you. Sit down, like just put a hand on your lower arm, like it's all good. Okay, we're in the dorms. I'm not sure what you saw, but you're here right now.
She nods, and with your hand on her arm, you can feel the vibrations slowly going away as she calms herself, taking better breaths. Sorry to wake you.
All good. That's what teammates are there for. I'm just happy it wasn't anything worse.
Thankfully,
See, like
it wasn't a sin attack.
You see, like a sad exhale from Dave. Like it's sort of between like a snicker and like a reminiscence of like some sad memories. Uh, it's fine. Just happy, yeah. Just happy it wasn't anything worth. Here, you want a cup? I'm like, I pour you some tea before you even get to respond.
Have some tea. Do not resist.
Two of you
What?
sit
Yeah.
for a moment, cup of tea in hand, feeling the warmth at your fingertips. You sit and you sip it a little, and you do feel that sort of like that shock got you to the point where it took the warmth from inside of you, Atira, this like a chill to the bone that came from whatever that experience was, whether it was a dream or something else, you're not quite sure. But yeah, I mean, after this, you guys can sit for a while, or what do you want to do?
She would
Mhm.
probably sit. She probably would not go back to sleep. What time is it? Like 2 a.m.? 3 a.m.?
I think it's probably like between 3 to 4 a.m. Like, we're really late at this point.
Yeah, sleep is shot. There there is no more sleep. I think she will sit there with Dafer in quiet and maybe go back and pick up one of her books before coming back and sitting down next to him.
I think before you pick up the book up, because I think that happens after like, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes. So before then, Dafer at one point would just, after having given you like a decent amount of like to gather yourself and like to mentally calm down somewhat, he'd ask, do you want to talk about it, or do you just want somebody around?
I don't know.
Well,
I wish I sort of knew more about what happened, but it felt strange. I thought I was awake, but maybe I wasn't. All I know is I had a horrible feeling, Deva. And I don't know where it came from.
like, Dafer recognizes this as something and gives you like a sad smile. That's how these things usually go. Come out of nowhere, leave you with more questions than they answer. Well, often there's not really a question, I guess.
She regards him. You have experience?
I mean, I'm from the outskirts. Military or support units don't really make their way to us that far. If one or more of those monstrosities just get some very unfortunate angle, or one of those moments where one of our elder protectors slash knights was away for some reason or the like, stuff happens, and typically people don't get away from that too unscarred. It's not uncommon for people to get away from that and wake up every now and then in the night.
Ah, I see. Well, I'm glad you were here.
Happy to be here.
Could you
If you want to, Mhm.
stay a while? We don't have to talk. Just
Sure,
make me feel safe.
sure, not a problem.
Both of you sit in the light of a lantern, Adhira reading. Dafer, I don't know whether you would pick something up or just start idly sketching some bits for your rune carving or whatever you busy yourselves with, the two of you side by side. Give me a constitution check, the two of you, just to see whether you drift off or not.
Okay. That was a save, so subtract 3.
Okay. 16. Oh. The two of you do manage to stay up that night. Sitting in the sort of communal area together, just off from the kitchen, pot of tea to one side, our point of view turns to the left back down the corridor that you and Adhira had kind of walked together through. It drifts slowly down the corridor and turns right at Adhira's room, the door cracked open ever so slightly. There, tipped over on one side, sort of knocked asunder a little in the jostled wake up of Adhira, is her small lantern, the top of which has ever so slightly come ajar, the little rim propped up on one side to allow smoke to drift out. There, sat at the, on the desk with the light coming through the window itself and nothing else, is the small figure of one person that, in this moment, Adhira, you don't think, why aren't they there? You're too shaken up and you're too much already taken care of by Dafer to notice the absence of your usual partner. Terminus, a small frog-like figure, not wearing the usual outfit that he would, just a weird kind of warted toad of a creature, holds up a bloody knife that might be at home in any kitchen or public food vendor in Laments, and holds it up to the light in the window and just watches it as it seeps down the metal of the blade and drips down onto the warty sort of frog-like skin and blooms into small flowers of mold and mushroom before taking it and looking out towards the door where you can kind of hear your voices, the two of you talking, and drops it into the lantern vessel for it to rust, decay, flake away, and turn into dust and nothingness within the vessel of the lantern. And then he drifts himself into the lantern as well. At some point, Sunday, very late at night, I don't actually know when I would say it becomes Monday, because I personally would say it's Monday when I wake up. So from the point of view of everyone else, it's Monday, and Adhira Dafer, it's very late Sunday. As people begin to wake at a normal time, it is time for your mission. It is, as people are getting together, grabbing breakfast. There's the sound of year twos doing prep work as well. They have their own missions to go to soon. Uther, I think you're up pretty early normally as well, right?
Yeah.
You would come out into the kitchen to probably just Delphin, and also at this point, sleepy looking Adhira and Dafer, sort of next to each other. There's lots of paper about. You can see Dafer's been up for a while doing stuff, and they've both got that slight bloodshot eye, Uther, that you immediately pick up on to say the two of them have been up for quite a while.
Everything okay?
Just need a coffee. Just needed to get some last minute cramming in.
And sleep. So, out here reading.
Mm. All right then. Are we ready? Are we excited?
As ready as I'll ever be. I just need to get my bag, my weapon, and I might try and run past the workshop really quickly, see if anybody has anything I can pick up last minute.
Oh, I'll just get to breakfast and also caffeine. I might need a lot throughout the day.
Delphin puts down like it'd be like an espresso pot coffee thing, like the kind of thing you just pot on a stove that he would have put on when he saw the two of you, like bleary-eyed when he woke up. So he just puts that down and says, "Coffee's done, mate."
Perfect.
And then
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm ready to say it yet, but I might love you for this.
He thinks for a moment and says, "At least 2 more coffees before that."
Oh,
Moving so quickly.
you just need to look into it. It only counts what's on the inside. And when that's right, you move as fast as you can. Once you notice.
Delphin just kind of does like a chin on his hands, like kind of like blinking up, looking to one side, innocent sort of pose as he then says, "Early start for me though. See you later." And he like slips out of the door.
When what's inside him is a generous spirit willing to make me coffee.
Scared him off.
Or
Didn't want to move strong.
that's yeah, but you know, now he'll think about it the whole day.
Hira, heading into your room, there's your like fully packed bag. I imagine everyone has like big sort of duffel bag they take on them with trips like this for changes of clothes and things like that. There's your lantern on the side where you left it, although it's a bit like knocked asunder. Terminus asleep face down on like your pillow, using your entire pillow as like a bed because you're not there, so why not? Like, just like full on like bubble drifting around his face in that sort of like anime snoozing style, starfished out.
There are pictures of dogs at Dubas just face down. She's gonna like try and like pick him up under the armpit, open the jar, and just kind of like gently slide him in. And I feel like what happens is it works, and his lower body like slides in, and then his upper sort of squat gets stuck on the lid, and he's just there snoring.
It's just like the head. It's just the head on the like in the top of the vessel bit, like slightly bunched up, like he's gotten a bit chubby. So his like head is stuck out with the bubbles still sort of like drifting in and out. Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna carry him like that. I'll sort of hold on to the top in another hand, slide the strap of the duffel bag over my shoulder, and get my scythe on my hands, and then I will head on out as he sways by my side like Paris Hilton's Pomeranian.
At some point as you're crossing the campus over towards the workshop, you hear a soft thump as like the eventual pressure of you swinging him and like just the weight of his head does squeeze his head back down, but it sounds like someone like uncorking a wine bottle as he like slips through into the vessel itself. Walking into the workshop, give me a straight D100. It's pretty early.
14.
Looking around, you can see the two people you're kind of hoping to see are like a couple of workshop students that are like kind of assigned to your class at this point, which is Izzy and Dylan. You see no sign of Izzy, but you see signs that Dylan was up late, and that's it. Like there are some other workshop students around, but they look like they might be third years, and they're like currently engrossed in a pretty deep conversation about what appears to be like the kind of thing you'd imagine was carried down with the Ten Commandments on it. There's like a big stone tablet between the two of them on the floor, and they seem to be discussing the best way to get it inside of a combustion engine, like how to house it inside of something like that carefully.
Stone tablet with etchings on it.
Yeah, it's like somewhere between like a gravestone and like some of those old laments. Like these kind of things would be held up by statues with like stories or things like that on them. That's probably the closest, like the nearest place you've seen something like this before is both graveyards and that.
Stepping up alongside them, I sort of had the thought that maybe it's kind of like one of those old. When I first talked with like Adrian, and he was going through like, here is the control list, here's like the little cycle of if else for constructs. This doesn't seem to be that. It's like an ancient form of that, does it?
No. In fact, give me a history check looking at it.
No.
Looking at this Adhira, there is a name written in a language that you don't even recognize the alphabet of. But somehow, as you're looking at Adhira, something in your brain says, that's a name. And you're like, I don't recognize the symbology. I don't. To your mind, it might not even be a language that you're looking at, but something in you says that's a name.
She'll speak up, completely out of her depth, and say, "Well, this looks like one way to start your week."
The one of them does not look away from the tablet and is like so completely lost in thought that they've tuned out any voice that isn't the person they're talking to. The other one, a woman who's like in their late 20s. Sometimes the students here are like older, sometimes they're younger at Hira, but this woman's like getting close to maybe 30 or so. She has these kind of like sparkling blue eyes that make you think of like, you know, when like a spring bubbles forth from the ground, it's kind of got some of that sort of feeling to it, just looking in her eyes. She looks at you and says, puzzle's always the best way to start the day. Sorry, you are?
Adhira Thar, necromancy enthusiast, class 10.
We just started talking like that. Who the hell opens a conversation like that? She looks at you confused. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Who are you?
Right. She looks at the vessel at your waist, like thinks about the fact that you like necromancy, and you see play across her features like, do I give her my real name?
Do I give the Fae my name?
She spends a good moment thinking about it as she's looking at you. She says, can I help you anyway?
Doesn't give me her name.
No, she doesn't.
I fully understand. I just came in here looking to see if anyone had any last minute explosives or flammables I could buy for a premium.
Give me a persuasion check.
Dafer's right. My eyes would be slightly bloodshot.
You look like you've got a no sleep in ages. Bloodshot eyes. Necromancy enthusiast. Spirit vessel asking about explosives. I'm saying I'll pay as much as need be. Yeah, give me a persuasion check.
Just note, I'm pretty enough that this is a straight roll. Oh!
Normally, it wouldn't even be a check, to be fair.
She says, I'm sorry, but my friend and I have been working pretty solidly on getting this Angelarium housed. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to assist you in your problem today.
No worries. What's an Angelarium?
Oh, this. She kind of like gestures and says, it's, obviously a lot of angels perished against the Scourge. An Angelarium is a marker of where an angel perished. It's supposed to, well, it's not supposed to, it has absorbed some of what they once were.
So putting it in a blast furnace helps unveil the process, the energies, the...
No, we're going to put this in an engine and see what that does first.
Out of character, they don't know what it does. They're just being like, okay, what's the next thing we can try?
They know some of what it does. They have a vague idea of what it might do, but the truth is, no, they don't know what will happen.
Fair enough. I won't bid them good luck, but I will commit this woman's appearance to memory. I will have her name eventually.
And that's why she didn't give you your name. Who the fuck says that?
You're being super sus today. No sleep, all spook.
I'll sleep on the train, or I'll grab a creature energy drink.
Speaking of train, as you walk out of the workshop, you do see the Naiad's Dawn pulling into station. Give me a perception check, Atira. 6. It goes past pretty quick and into like the train yard area, but you can make out that there are a few people on board the train already. On a 6, I would say you got the briefest flash of perhaps silver hair, so maybe Caliban's mom's already on board. That's one thing that you notice.
I will also try to go ahead and get on board as people go about checking it. Maybe boarding a little earlier than they would want, but skirting.
Heading towards the train, heading into the train yard, this is where you kind of bump into Dylan. He's talking to a older man who is balding, but like some of the hair is left around the sides. He's lost his ring finger and little finger on his left hand, and he's lost his thumb on his right hand. He looks like a hook got caught underneath his upper lip at some point, and it's left a scar that splits it all the way up towards the bottom of the right-hand side of his nose. And you can see that he's gone maybe partially blind in the same side of his face. But the two of them are having a conversation about the Naiad's Dawn. Conversation is a generous term. The older man is being like asked questions by Dylan, and this guy is doing his best to answer as shortly and as tersely without saying, "Don't ask me any more questions," but giving that energy which Dylan seems to be aware of but pushing through to your eye, Atira.
I won't bother with the man. I will give Dylan a nod as I pass him to get into the train.
He gives you like the simplest of like upwards nods of like acknowledgement, but immediately tries to continue getting as much information out of the stone beside him as he can. From the point of view of everyone else back at the dorms, by the time you guys are up and about, Atira seems to be gone. Dafer has probably finished breakfast. You've got like maybe 30 minutes or so until you kind of need to be in the train yard, and it'll be a bit longer after that before the train departs. Is there anything you want to do that morning?
I mean, I'd likely have bought and prepped the rations for like let's say 10 days worth.
Mm-hmm.
Not for myself, but like for the party.
Yeah.
The stuff for cooking for 10 days essentially.
So you've got like your duffel bag of like clothes and stuff like that, and then maybe like another rucksack filled with like the ration packs and things like that.
Yeah. So I think I'd just be double checking that everything is there, that I haven't forgotten anything, and if I have, I would rush to the quartermaster to refill.
Yeah, different. Like you're on the
Including
ground,
spices.
kind of like unpacking and repacking stuff, just double checking everything.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Or heading towards the
No.
train? As you guys head towards the train, Axel is kind of stood outside having one last cigarette before he gets on board. Caliban, like, as he sees you, Caliban, Axel will look up and say, your mother's on board in the second residence carriage.
Take it she's made herself comfortable.
I haven't seen yet, but she's with a couple of bodyguards.
Thank you.
Nods. He himself, he has his weapon case, like big, the hexagonal staff in a case. Also a similar sort of like duffel bag of supplies that he has as well. But yeah, at this point he kind of turns and gets on board the train. The configuration of the train is much different than usual. There's like a big liquids tanker on the very back, like one of those sealed pressurized liquids containers, big, made of steel type looking thing. There are a couple of cargo wagons. There is a wagon for retrieving creatures, miasmic, things like that. Also, technically, the living space for Cerberus is there is like a separate section that has been set up for Cerberus to. He's a bit big for some of the narrow passages on the train, Clara, basically. Although he could probably squeeze down in a posh if he really wanted to, like get through the middle of the passenger sections. The front passenger section looks like it's been made up for you guys, and then the passenger section before that looks like it's going to house both Caliban's mum, Yvette, and also this rather damaged-looking older gentleman that is having a conversation with Dylan as you guys are kind of heading towards the train as well. How do you want to? Do you just want to head back to like where your rooms are? I don't know, Caliban, if you would go see your mum straight away, or whether you would settle in, or what's the?
I think I would just settle in for the most part.
Okay, yeah, you find your room, put your duffel bag away, look around. It seems identical to the trip you took, your first field trip, basically. There's the waiting area where all of you can sit together, and there's the little indicator about how urgently someone needs to come up to the front of the train to talk about something on the tracks or so on and so forth. And there is the dining carriage a little ahead. Caliban, give me an insight check.
Sure thing. Give me 1 second. There we go. Insight. Damn.
Something about the train in general feels way less busy than the first time you were on it. Maybe it's just because all the cargo is being loaded on a Caliban or something like that, like it's being used for a slightly different purpose this time, but you just feel like it feels less cramped, like you've got more space, but the actual rooms that you're in right now don't seem to be bigger.
Oh, gotcha. Just gonna pull out the scroll and just send a quick text in the group chat, something like how is everybody or something, just testing.
You send a message, soon you'll be outside of the city, so the group chat function won't work. So yeah, just getting a message in while you can, Calvin.
All right.
I'm worried. Like, immediate response from Dave, I'm worried when the coffee will wear off.
Oh no.
Clara's gonna text back. Should have brought a catnap crystal.
That'd be pretty sick.
Yeah, I think this would be legit, since Dafer, I don't think, has done a lot of browsing through the various crystals, since he has mostly preoccupied himself with runes. It's like, there's a what now?
Wait, hold on. Did
so many?
did Dafer wake up Clara during the whole
No.
incident with it?
Not in the end, no.
Okay. Okay, I was gonna say.
Ahira stopped me just before that could happen.
Saved your life for what you did.
Once you're all on board, either in your own rooms or otherwise, Axel would basically dip into wherever people are and just say, we're gonna get going early. Since we're all here, everyone's on board, everything seems to be checked. We're just gonna get moving as quickly as possible. And then he seems to head off to the front of the train, which starts maybe 20 seconds later, pulling out of the station, heading into the separate tunnels for the underground international trains, heading towards the I-1 junction, which will then come up and out into the Zemesian Waste after it goes through a short tunnel. Most of the route is underground, so the view that you guys get up until I-1 is just passing underground tunnels, crystal lights, maintenance teams, things like that. And then you push up out into the city for a brief moment before disappearing back underground, and there you will stay for another couple of hours until you're a good distance away from the city itself. Who goes to a communal area? Who goes to the other passenger area where Yvette is? I just want to know where people sort of are around the space.
I think Caliban would end up just chilling with his mother.
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell if I'd be more or less surprised if I found out that Clara was there too.
I mean, she would be, just because keeping Cerberus in one tiny room, not ideal.
I think you should bring Cerberus to meet Caliban's mother.
Oh no, they're introducing the
So-
kids.
I have a question about Cerberus.
Mm-hmm.
Can he eat chocolate?
A bear could not. A dragon could.
I think it
And
just depends which
people?
mouth it goes. I think it just depends on
Does
which
it?
mouth it goes through.
Does it? Because it's all the same stomach.
Look, I don't think it
as
matters. Caliban's gonna eat it first.
That's true.
You're gonna eat Cerberus first?
Just been fattening him up the whole time.
Chocolate is also toxic to birds.
Yeah, but
So I think the answer is no on several counts.
I think
Damn.
I'm just
at,
going to say nothing is going to stop a bear from eating chocolate.
at the size that Cerberus is, it wouldn't kill him,
Yeah.
but whoever's cleaning up after Cerberus won't thank you. Yeah, heading in, your mum has kind of set herself up in a passenger space that's designed for 4 to 6 individuals, and has there's a cello propped up in one corner of the room. She's got books open. You can see that she's got a larger version of the crystal tablets that you guys have that is I think you've seen them a few times. Some of the administrators in military bases have these larger crystal, just sheet panes of glass. As you walk in Caliban, she's wearing the horn-rimmed glasses today with the chains that go up over the ear so she can hang them when she's not using them. As she smiles at you and says, your headmistress is ever so lovely.
Glad that she was accommodating.
And your father even hired a couple more security guards for the train. Seems that the peacekeepers aren't willing to put in their defensive boons, as it were, these days.
I'm trying to think of what to say. Like, I don't. Give me a give me a minute. Give me a minute. Like,
she just lets you sit, and she'd be commenting about things like looking over the top of the newspaper. She reads articles, giving her opinions on things. She would just talk at you, Caliban, even if you didn't reply. So she'd just keep piling on things to say. Obviously greeting Clara as well when she comes through. She says, "The marvelous creature I saw loaded onto the train, that must be yours, yes, Clara? You mentioned having a chimera that you rescued?"
That's Cerberus.
Cerberus is a wonderful name.
Thank you.
Please come sit. There's space.
I don't mind if I do.
These train doors keep closing themselves. She takes what looks to be maybe like an expensive paperweight or something like that, and uses it to wedge the door open instead.
an expensive paperweight.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a gift your dad would have gotten her. Like, it's like literally like a stone carving of what looks somewhat like your family crest, but also maybe like a chess piece, like the rook or a tower or something like that, which she then uses as a doorstop.
I was gonna say, wow, just a really high quality doorstop, just like inlaid with gold and jewels.
Yeah, he's like, there we go, useful at last.
She's a very pragmatic individual.
She tries. She suddenly widens her eyes slightly and says, a bit of a silly question, but Uther must be on board, yes?
He's around somewhere.
I got him a book after our last conversation. She pulls out a little hand journal type thing. It looks like it's been well loved but well used as well, right? Like, it's slightly aged, and the corners, like, you can see where there's some wear from just the oil from people's hands having handled it, but otherwise, like, it's been wiped down and cleaned and kept in, like, solid. It's not falling apart at the binder or anything like that. She says, this is some of the best stuff I could dig up on individuals who've explored the border of the Vangi territories, at least on short notice anyway.
I'm sure he'll appreciate that a lot.
She points down the corridor and says, this way, yes?
Yes.
I'll leave you two engaged individuals to yourselves and hand over this book. And she smiles at the two of you and then walks down the corridor as the train's kind of tumbling and rumbling through the space towards where she thinks Uther might be. The two of you are left alone, surrounded by various I'm trying. The word escapes me. Just like the paraphernalia of Yvette's existence, basically.
With the greatest respects, why can't you be as cool as your mother?
I would. I'm only not taking offense because it's my mother that you're speaking of.
Oh, my apologies. I'll try harder next time.
You do that. Maybe someday you'll be able to insult me proper.
It's okay. When you have that many layers of ego, it takes a while to cut through them all.
You grace me with such high remarks.
Are we sure we're not engaged?
We're among friends and companions. You don't need to give me the noble speech.
Caliban is like just laughs a little bit, and then he's just like, "Fuck you."
In my head, that like interaction was like Clara being like, "You don't have to put on the noble voice," and then Caliban's like, "Put on," like, she's like, pretend what? No, this is me. This is everything. Uther, there is a knock at your like little cabin chamber door.
Uther would have actually just been in like a common area somewhere.
Oh, okay. In
Just,
which
like,
case, as she's moving through, she'd like almost go past you and then stop and then like turn her head and say, "Ah, Uther."
Caliban's mom.
Well, Yvette will do too. And she like holds out the book.
Oh, well, hello there. And I will take the book and like give it a once over. What is this? And thank you, but why?
Well, we had a conversation about the Vangi border, or more specifically, getting in contact with the Vangi. And if I remember correctly, your words were, "And I spent so long transcribing those runes from a fucking tiny diagram in the back of this journal." And I thought, oh, obviously a journal might be of use to you, so I found you one.
I appreciate that. You did not have to.
No, I didn't, but it serves me as well.
Well, I will try to do my best to make the investment worth it.
It's fine. I got the book from a woman I know from an old... Well, there's no polite way of putting this. It's sort of just a boring old book club we used to go to together, and happened to remember that her husband was an explorer that went out that way, and then I got in contact with her again, stopped by her house, had a cup of tea with her. We talked for a little bit, and she said she could dig up an old journal of her husband's from about that time, and I gave it a flick through, and it seems like the right stuff to me.
If nothing else, it will be a good distraction for this train ride.
Nod, and then kind of give a glance to Atira and Dafer and say, you two look like you could do with another coffee.
They have coffee on this
Have a
train?
copy.
Why did nobody tell
So
me?
nice.
Well, no, they don't have a coffee machine on this train, but I do.
Caliban
I've been
doesn't
trying to
deserve
nudge-
you.
I've been trying to nudge them to just go on and take a nap, but I mean, you can caffeinate them if we must.
I suppose technically you're all on duty, yes? Couldn't do well to nap on the job.
That would be grand.
Yeah, I couldn't.
At that, Dafer pans around to Uther. Uther, I will be back. We will be finishing this conversation.
She says, no worries, I'll go grab you one and bring it to you. You can stay here. You look
Oh,
comfortable.
That would be fantastic, ma'am. Thank you.
You don't need to call me ma'am. Yvette is fine, or Caliban's mother seems to be catching on.
In his mind, he doesn't say it out loud. He still has a filter, but in his mind, Dafer definitely has the hit single that has gone through the city of. Caliban's mom has got it going on. Likely,
It's single.
likely not Caliban's mom but like it is definitely translated into Caliban's mom has got it going on for some reason.
Clara and Caliban, as the two of you are sort of like having your little bickering conversation, about a minute later, you watch an almost like faceless individual, in the sense that they're wearing like a full helmet, like full on like knight helmet with the visor, but as well as that, they're like wearing almost like religious vestments, weapon at their side. Caliban, you would recognize these as protectors of the blood. These are mercenaries that are often hired by noble families. But it's just one of these bodyguards, like, keeping an eye on your mother from, like, a distance, like, getting close enough down the train, in order to, like, keep an eye on your mom at a distance. But yeah, one of those walks past the little, like, carriage chamber you're in.
What is that?
Should I be concerned?
Give me a history check, Caliban.
Yes. 1 second.
9.
Fuck.
This is so. The only thing you know about them is that yes, so indeed they're called Protectors of the Blood. You know that their like bodyguards are called the First Bloods. You also know that nobles hired them to begin with for their, should we say, discretion. They would stand around in like nobles meetings and never share any secrets that were discussed. But beyond that, they've now become kind of ingrained with the image of like premier protection for noble families. Like these are expensive bodyguards that have been hired to keep an eye on your mom by your father to like make sure she's safe.
Gotcha. Okay. How did they? What did you say they looked like?
Give me 1 second, I can show you.
You describe him, and I immediately thought of E. Oh. Nobody look like a Destiny player.
1 second. Do all their bodyguards, like the bodyguard section of the Protectors of Blood, get called First Blood, or just this specific dude?
Every single, like the bodyguards themselves are called First Bloods. So
Okay.
all of them.
Do I know like what did you say their weapons were of choice?
They use rapiers. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. And you said they were a mercenary group.
They are technically a mercenary group, so anyone can hire them. They've just become sort of entangled in nobility, Caliban.
So they're just a high quality mercenary group.
Very high quality, known for discretion. They also don't leave any mess behind.
Like just discretion wise, or just
Their weapons have something to do with like rapid desanguination, flesh removal, and the bones are then taken away as that's much cleaner. Like their weapons remove.
I also assume cauterization.
There's no need.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. I'll maybe like give like a concerned glance, but if they're here just like for protection, then I won't give it much of a third thought. I'll have a second thought, but nothing beyond that.
I guess, Clara, you ask what are those, you just see like a brief flash of concern on Caliban's face that does eventually seem to fade.
Yikes, okay, pretend I never asked.
Sorry, I was just a little concerned, but
No, I noticed that.
just Caliban just like replies, high quality mercenaries.
Sure.
And I guess should I explain like what their whole gimmick with their weapons is? Like, is that something that like Clara would actually be interested or find useful?
If anything, I wonder how much knowledge she might have of the weapons themselves. Just because
Yeah,
of where rapiers tend to come from in this setting.
I'll just like I'll inform her of that. They're just like rapiers, just with an additional ability to exsanguinate their foes.
Yeah, give me a history check, please, Clara.
Okay. Oh god. And open my sheet. There we go, found it. History, you said?
Yeah, please.
History.
4. Clara, you can think of several weapons that are designed to, like, rapidly remove blood from opponent, or maybe ritual weapons, but something that, like, doesn't leave any blood or flesh behind, no, that's not something you've heard of before. As you're pondering it, you hear Yvette going, shoo, out the way, and she's, like, ushering this silent, like, bodyguard quickly out of the way so she can get back to the room, sort of, like, nudging him to one side. She squeezes in and says, your dear classmates look like they haven't got a wink of sleep.
Yeah, I don't know what they were doing, but I'm going to assume it was something busy.
The two of them don't seem like the coupley type. She opens up a travel case and reaches into a space that is much larger on the inside than the outside and pulls out a portable coffee machine. And yeah, turns it on.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
Out of character, what level is this woman?
0.
I don't believe you.
She's very wealthy.
I just feel like
level up of all.
we're going to hit some point later in the game, and you're going to remind us that Noble is absolutely a 5e class that exists.
I mean,
she was a former adventurer. It just feels like such like I feel like we're encountering another character.
Adhira, she doesn't give the vibe of someone who's like combat trained or proficient. She doesn't have that sort of sense about her where she's like aware of her surroundings in that way. She's so carefree in a sense, Adhira, which could come from like extreme power, right? Like to be that sort of carefree, but it just doesn't, like, she doesn't hit you that way. But yeah, I mean, she's very, very wealthy as she turns on this thing. But yeah, eventually she'd bring a coffee to the two of you and anyone else that wanted one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yvette. You're a lifesaver.
Well, no, I think that would be your job, but I'm happy to supply coffee.
I can't wait for this to kick in.
At this point, Axel walks in and she looks at him and smiles and says, "Do you know what? I would like to have talked to you when I visited Mr. Axel Beck, yes?" She puts her hand out to him and he shakes it and says, "Sorry, I'm kept busy." And he says, "Well, none of your students have spoken ill of you at all, and I think that's enough for me. It's a pleasure to meet you at last." The two of them sort of exchange some pleasantries. She says, "Your headmistress was most amicable." And Axel says, "She was a little grumbly about the last-minute nature." And Yvette nods and says, "I'm sorry about that as well, but things are turbulent these days, you know. Never know which way the wind might blow, where it might catch my sails." And Axel nods and says, "I fully understand the sentiment." And then she just sort of like gives a small curtsy and then walks back towards her room, leaving Axel kind of stood in the communal area. Says, "Caliban's going to be terrifying when he's older."
I wouldn't call that terrifying. I mean, strictly speaking, if he's on our side with that kind of charm, I call that a good thing.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have that kind of charm. At least not yet.
I mean, what is not can become. Caliban, do your best.
He's already a little terrifying.
Yeah, but not for that reason.
Axel sits down and pulls out a bunch of papers and says, "Where we're going, our crystal tablets won't mean much to anyone. These are documents that show that you have right of my shadow, and that makes you, as far as the law is concerned, C-rank EKs." And he holds out a piece of paper to each of you.
Gosh, fancy.
Yeah, looking at it, it is finely written with like official stamps and like a little bit of crystal inlaid into the paper to prevent it from getting wet, tearing, to like protect it, basically. Magically laminated, if you will.
I will.
Like, is it like a full piece of paper? Is it like a card?
It's like a full piece of paper that looks like probably was part of like one of those really long old scrolls and then sheared off at like specific points and then pulled out and then written on, because it's not like printed ink, it's like handwritten and all that sort of stuff.
Okay. Differ looks at his
that is
long and hard, trying to think of where he puts that. If it's supposed to be on his person the entire time. I mean, it's pseudo-laminated, so you can't fold it, right?
No, you can fold it because it's just magically made resistant as opposed to actually covered in plastic, as it were.
Okay, so it's not like stiff to all hell. I think in that case, Dafer would fold it and put it in his back pocket.
I'll be letting you all lead this time, but obviously if you have any questions along the way, I'll still be there.
How bad's the situation?
From what I've been able to glean, they initially sent an applicable amount of forces from the 3Ts to deal with the situation. Unfortunately, their usual response of hit it with artillery has been foiled by the namesake of Clara's homelands. They have proven to be more than resilient enough to put up against an artillery barrage and therefore have protected these strangely behaving miasmic. As such, they're unable to get to and affect the city, or the town I should say, but at the same time the situation isn't exactly safe for the locals.
One second, could you, it might be the coffee isn't kicking in. Could you elaborate on how the people from Heaven's Pillar are protecting the miasmic?
They're not. The trees are.
Trees.
Trees
Oh,
are
the trees.
getting in the way of the
Apologies.
firing lines.
And the bark seems to be strong enough to take a direct hit from an artillery piece and be relatively unaffected.
That is what I think catches Adhira's attention as she glances over to Clara, setting down her book.
Tree.
I thought they were just big trees. What's this now?
I don't know how many more times I can tell you all that you don't understand what real trees look like.
That's
difference.
where I'm getting misled, because you're like what real trees look like, not what super steel trees act like.
It isn't a super steel tree. It's just a good tree.
I would
You
like
have
to
good
point out
trees
that
here.
that a tree that survives a cannon blast and the cannonball looks more harmed than the tree apparently is not a normal tree.
Not for you. Look,
David just keeps on blinking and tries to imagine what a tree like that would need to look like, but he absolutely cannot. Because I don't think we had Heaven's Pillar in the history books yet.
No.
Well, it's pretty clear to me that whoever is coordinating the defense does not know my homeland as well as I do. So, perhaps all it's going to take is a little bit of strategic thinking.
I mean, yes, most likely. Oh. Okay, I think it's kicking in. I mean, sure. Let the wishful thinking take over. The fact of the matter is, in the end, it's most likely us walking into the tree line, you guiding us so that we don't get ambushed to all hell, and taking care of the problem. I guess a decent amount of tracking is also going to be involved.
a lot we could potentially draw on. But if they haven't figured out that just firing cannonballs into trees resistant to that level of damage is maybe not the best play, I'm struggling to wonder who is coordinating everything. Because
Nice.
that's like the definition of psychosis. Repeating
I
the
mean,
same thing, expecting to get a different result.
Sounds like somebody from the city general military or something. Do you know who's stationed there, Axel?
He thinks for a moment. It says some 3T's train sergeant. The name's in the document, I think, but I've forgotten already. To be honest, you'd have to look.
Yes.
I assume not local to the area.
No, from the city for sure.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
You're not going to get much out of a unimportant 3T's person. This requires...
Wow.
Look, I'm just saying, if it did, they would have solved this problem and they wouldn't need us.
He's right.
Oh, it's my burden, I know.
I think
Makes a noise at that and then returns to her book.
Dayford just chuckles into his cup of coffee as he takes another sip.
The train kind of emerges from the murky field of the tunnel, comes up into the initial track bundles that head in from the Zemesian Waste. Last time you were here, there were airships kind of like doing saturation attacks and other things on groups of miasmic. As you come up this track, having heard that a lot of forces have been pulled to this area, with the paladins attacking the trains kind of coming into the city from Trismere, you are not prepared to see the entrenchment, the pop-up of military actual, like, fortifications. Directly above your heads, one of the, like, floating island sky fortresses has been moved to this location. The sky is abuzz with drifting airships. So much of Empress City's ability to project force has been concentrated right here. There is a gun pointing at every piece of ground as you travel along it. There is no sign of anything here other than craters and military forces. As you merge with one of these bundles, head into the express lane, and the Naiad's Dawn's spirit engine kicks in, and you feel the pull of acceleration as it pushes to its top speed and begins to fly down the express lane of one of these track bundles.
So, I'm just going to throw out there, if I was looking to distract a large military force, that looks like it would have been a good one.
You know what? I don't want to think about the strategic implications of this, so I won't.
Fair enough.
Axel thinks and says, a lot of EKs moved out this way as well, although they're further north, a little bit more spread out. I think it's a little silly myself. There's no way that we're going to be able to cover every piece of track, especially not in Trismere. It's so integrated into the network now. We should be working on hiding EKs on trains that don't look like they're protected. These people are making opportunity attacks. We should be working on surprising them back, but that doesn't make people who run the trains feel safe. Seeing something like that makes them feel safe.
Dayford just shakes his head.
Luther, taking a look at the journal you've got, or continuing to read the book? Yeah, give me...
Whatever book I brought got, like, shuffled to the bottom of the rotation at this point.
Give me an investigation check.
1 second. I need to get out of my spell list. Investigation.
flicking through the book itself, it seems to be about something that the writer is calling the river wall. Their conjecture is that the river at the border between the Vangi and Trismere appeared at some point, and that there's no natural basis for a river where it is. It looks like the geography was sculpted to allow for it, and the people who lived in that area had to pick a side at that point as this calamity, disaster, this sudden flood of water occurred. And therefore, they've been looking into early settlement ruins directly on the Trismere side of the border, trying to find cultural links between the people that might have been more from the other side that fled to this side for, whatever reason, to be with family or otherwise. And it's like archaeology of smaller divergent dialect words in Trismere's language that might have Vangi roots without them kind of realizing, and other bits and pieces like that as well. And it seems to be written by a man by the name of Morgren Voss. I'll type it out for you.
Okay. So the river is, quote unquote, relatively recent then.
Yeah, in terms of like, it probably appeared like sometime just before the goddess left, is the speculation in the book, but there's no real concrete evidence for exactly when it turned up. Like, within the 1,000-year period, right? Like, not an age-old thing, basically. It does also note that it's probably not the work of the Scourge. The Scourge did, like... If the Scourge was doing redecoration to the way landscapes looked, it would, like, cut into cliffs. It created, like, fjords by destroying coastlines, things like that. A river is too small of a change.
So, regional guardian type behavior then.
It could be done by like a river spirit or like an earth spirit that moves stuff. It could even have been like someone trying to dam somewhere else and creating a river. Like, it's not beyond the level of work that people could create back then, as magic was more readily available as well.
I don't know if asking the train would help.
The train spirit is a river spirit, I will admit that.
Yeah.
Other than that. But yeah, that's what you get from like flicking through without sitting down to like...
Is this like a no river one day, river the next kind of deal, or is it like water just, or is it more like something quickened the creation of a river?
The initial, like, it would have taken some time, like maybe over the course of like a couple of weeks, but the initial area to the north where the river source is, that would have been instant. It just would have taken a while for the whole system to develop, right? Like, yeah. So there would have been, that's the whole point of this, like, there would have been time for people in the area to realize, oh, there's going to be a big change, where am I going?
Okay. And yeah, I guess I'll just flip through that until someone tells me to take a shift on something.
Anyone else want to do anything while the train's just well, chugging along.
I think Dafer, in a desperate attempt to stay awake, occupies himself with deep focus on, or well, as much focus as he can muster, on more rune work, specifically on a rune of. We already have a rune of tracking. I think I'll say some unspecific rune work. I don't have anything in mind right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry.
You sit down and just do some like etching and carving and trying things out. What goes with stuff? What overpowers other things? How can you make it integrate? It would be one of those art forms, trades that just requires a lot of trying stuff out. I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, just putting in the time to be good at what you do. The train travels at its like top speed for the next maybe like 24 hours. There's no sign of any problems on the track. It's too heavily patrolled. That you see EK groups every so many hours. You see more forces along this tracks. At a certain point, you cross past the Calderis connection and you keep heading north. For Dafer and Uther, this would be the first time you've seen Trismir's, like, countryside in its proper, like, form, other than, you know, pictures and art and people talking about it. It's the first time you've seen this much green and verdance in your life. Train tracks cut through these rolling hills. It seems like farmland stretches in every direction constantly. There are fields of livestock, orchards, vineyards up on hills. You roll past river port towns where they fish and they raise like snails and things like that to be cooked and for dyes and other things. And it is just... it's so alive compared to like the rocky, craggy areas that you're sort of from, and even the mountain tops that get, you know, plenty of rain. It's like dark and always overcast there, which leads to like very specific plant life popping up. But the verdance on display as the train rolls through it is just almost otherworldly compared to what you've experienced from the city and otherwise so far.
I think Dafer was doing a lot of rune work, and at some point we get past these more verdant green areas, and that just keeps distracting him at one point, and at which point he just looks out the window and just gets surprised and taken aback by the sight in front of him.
Yeah,
I think Uther's like looking over the book he's reading at the scenery, and just it's almost unfair that some place can be so green.
Rivers and lakes, yeah.
The girl born in the desert and has lived there most of her life, just face is just glued to the window. Like there's no subtlety about it.
Yeah, I mean, you've been through this before at Hero, but it would still be as breathtaking. Like, you would have come this way to get here, but still, here it is, right? Yeah, I mean, it's small towns and villages that are almost like completely juxtaposed to the infrastructure that runs past and through them. There are these huge train junctions. I mean, like mammoth. Some of them not fully on the ground, like supported in pillars. These sort of like 4 clover changing tracks for trains to swap directions they're going. Huge repository silos where trains kind of pull in and grain and other produce will be loaded on them before they pull into these main interchanges and head back. You guys pretty much push through at speed all of these. Another day later, there is a message from the front of the train as Axel kind of like comes back into the communal area and says, we've got odd reports up ahead. Apparently one of the commercial trains that have just come through before us hit some people on the tracks, but they said they were just milling around on the tracks themselves. I asked for clarification, they're not miasmic, but it seems like the train driver is pretty specific. They just seem to be normal people, so we're gonna slow it down and see if we can't get an eye on what's going on ahead.
Well, that's horrific.
He nods. Anyone with good eyes, if you can head up to the top with me, we can at least try and get an eye on what this is.
Understood.
Yeah,
Is that
book
code word
down.
for anybody with a proficiency in perception?
Correct.
Anyone who can see.
Hmm.
Heading up to the top of the train, whoever wants to gives me a perception check.
Yeah, sure.
I follow them because I am proficient. While I'm not the greatest, I am still okay.
Give me a second. Okay.
We're all about of a pace right now.
Gang gang.
If I ever find a gun,
Okay,
just
there we
crystals
go.
all
For some reason, roll 20
Does,
decided
yeah.
to.
Sometimes it does. Up ahead, each of you notices something different about the scene in front of you. Clara, on a 16, there are two, what at first glance appears to be like old gnarled trees on either side of one of the exchange train, like a track switcher, basically. But you would notice the wood's slightly too dark, and the way the branches move doesn't make sense for the wind. It looks like some sort of maybe like animate tree or something like that. It's a little odd to Clara. Dafer, on a 15, you would notice that indeed some people have been hit by a train, and you can see that they've been sort of like split apart by the impact in a sense. But actually the level of gore, as it were, is much less than you would expect. There's like no extreme amount of blood on the track or anything like that. It feels oddly clean to you. Uther, on a 16, you notice that at first glance the milling about of the individual seems completely random, but it's more patternable than kind of like it initially appears to be. They're almost like being puppeteer patrolling. Caliban, on a 22, off to the side of all of this, there is an area of ground perfectly circular that looks like it's been disturbed, where something is buried or burrowed, maybe, you think. But that catches your eye, like away from the main scene whatsoever. There's something about 80 foot away from the tracks themselves that's just disturbed ground.
I think I'm gonna point that out.
You point out the disturbed ground.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we would share what we all see / notice.
Mm-hmm.
5 gold says this is an ambush with some heavy material where to where Caliban pointed things out.
Yeah, something's making this is like a program pattern.
The question is, do we take care of it or do we not? Because this could be paladins.
We should
The-
probably go this, right? Like, closer?
We've got
I mean, one thing-
VIPs, though.
Yeah.
Is Axel around?
Axel is
Axel's
listening to your...
referring to us, though.
Yeah, Axel's listening to your conversation right now. What of any of these things would you like him to give away in on? Like the trees, the buried area, the weird patterning? Like, which of those things would you like him to weigh?
Secret other, like, fourth or fifth thing. Is there another train on the way?
Like heading towards you or traveling along the bundle with you?
Like, yeah, like, is there going to be another train that is guarded that could look into this also? Or is it us
Now,
for the next several hours?
most of the trains that get to this point are commercial trains.
Gotcha.
There will probably be another military train eventually, yes.
Okay.
These people moving about. When you said that there is a lack of gore, does that feel more like construct, or does it seem just like uncanny valley? Not quite right.
Give me an Arcana check at this point. I will give it to you with advantage as well. 15. Those are undead. That's undead on the tracks, Atira. Animated corpses, at best. At best you can see.
This is an ambush. They might have access. Wait, undead are also miasmic, right?
Undead can be used by miasmic. They're not
Okay.
technically miasmic themselves yet.
I think it's bait, like that deep. It's a sea creature I read about where it has the little light in the front of its face, and the fish get closer and then it eats them.
An angler?
Yes, that one.
If
I've never seen a fish before.
if things get rough, I mean, strictly speaking, this is not part of our mission, and we do have VIPs to protect. If
Axel
the
will
going gets
say
rough, can
the bodyguards that we have are no slouches. They'll make sure Yvette is safe. I'm sure of that.
okay. If the going gets rough, how quickly can the train speed up again?
Fairly quickly, but it depends on whether they get bound in any sort of trouble. There's no way of knowing for sure that things, there is always a risk.
This is a risk. Yeah.
We could have the train drop us off and keep going a little ways away, so that way if it does get rough, the train's not at risk.
We could jump off the train and allow it to keep rolling, yeah.
Makes sense to me. Will be a bit of a hike, but I mean, better than sitting around here all day. And
Yeah.
Hiking a couple miles would likely be good for us.
Sorry, did you mean a brisk jog for Adhira?
Axel nods and says, we shouldn't allow you to get too far ahead. Like we said, right? It's bait, so whether we're a train or a person on foot, let's try not to fall too deeply into it.
Yeah, I'm mostly worried about that 80-foot circle, like the circular area, 80 foot away there. Since Caliban noticed it has disturbed ground, there could be whatever there. I mean, people are already bringing up undead around the tracks here. Who knows what has been parked invisibly on there?
Alright. Ready to jump off? I'll go tell them to slow.
Alright. We in it? Dave looks at the rest of the party.
Yeah.
Well, it was just starting to get a little boring.
Okay. Usual formation. Caliban and I go front line, and Adhira does whatever she wants.
It's not the best way of going about it, but sure.
Right. Which of you is willing to stay within 60 feet of me? Pointing at like the warding bond crystal, or like bringing out the warding bond crystal.
Sure. Me.
Apologies.
The untouchable Caliban.
Alright. In that case, Dafer is gonna, since nobody else is screaming up, Dafer's gonna cast Warding Bond on Caliban. Caliban, you have +1 to AC and saving throws, and all your damage that you take is halved.
Hey, Henry.
Incredible.
Yeah.
How close are these two things to one another?
They're on either side of a switching track, so technically they're within maybe 15 feet of each other or something like that.
Fascinating.
As the train slows and you jump off, Clara, the tree that you saw from a distance is more like a writhing mass of tendrils with this bark-like red interior that glows softly red and pulses that color occasionally. It's hard to see in the sunlight from a distance. It's not just this dark wood, but the texture on it that looks like bark from a distance is more like these individual tendrils that are almost like mimic octopus laid over one another to give the impression that they are a tree. There is indeed several undead, what you imagine to be maybe Trismerian villagers or something like that wander around. Everyone give me a perception check as well.
Me.
3, 20. Both Clara and Adhira, you both hear this, grasshoppers when it's warm out and there's that slow droning cicada chirping noise that the insects make. That's prevalent through the area, but it kind of sets your teeth on edge slightly, and on a natural 20 Adhira, you can make out it comes from where that 80-foot burrowed area is, and it looks like there's the carapace of a beetle sticking out of the dirt slightly there where it's disturbed, and you could just see the singular horn, and it's got holes in its horn like it's like a woodwind instrument almost, this beetle horn that's sticking out. The train starts to pick up speed, but as it gets towards these two tree-like entities, roots come up out of the tracks and snatch hold of the front of the train, and it's pushing against these two tendril entwinements around the train that's kind of on the undercarriage. At present, the train is stuck. Give me initiative rolls, please.
Okay, I am going to burn that resource then.
Question: would I have had the opportunity to scan any of the entities here for weaknesses before we crash into this?
I would give me one. You can give me a check for one of them.
Okay, I would say I care the most. I don't think I have the allowance to go for the beetle because it's so barely visible. I'd say the tree makes the most sense.
Yeah, go for it.
Those pseudo trees. So investigation check with advantage, or does the technical interface just let me make the check?
With advantage.
Okay. Investigation then. 25.
And if I remember correctly, this is to unveil any weaknesses or otherwise that it might have.
Yes. Let me read the exact wording. Rock solid. Can investigate an enemy for weaknesses with advantage.
So, you get a little database entry thing, known as monoliths. They're staggered by siege damage, Dayford.
Well, that is convenient.
Caliban, where in this mess are you heading? The train itself is sort of stuck between the two monolith entities in the middle. Like, it's the front carriage that's adhered onto, and the undead look like they're now beginning to, like, walk along the tracks heading for the sides of the trains. So that's what's in front of you, and then further back and to one side, there is that beetle in the distance with its chirping.
What is the beetle doing exactly?
It's like, you know, like a trapdoor spider? It's like half
Yes.
burrowed in the ground. It's got its horn out, and it's like blowing this air through its horn that's making this weird haunted chirping noise through the horn. But beyond that, you can't really tell what the purpose of the noise is. It just seems to be in the air.
I'll get as close as I can to the to the square with the two monoliths, and maybe take the dodge action.
Yeah, you can get into that area of combat if you would like and take the dodge action.
Yeah. Can I get over here?
Yeah, that would be fine. You can get that. Technically, there's like a train right next to you, so like you can't be kind of next to both of them at the same time, Caliban, but you are roughly there for the purposes of positioning, taking the dodge action.
Yes.
You being the closest target, the monolith is going to try and get a hold of you.
About his car's extended warranty.
I need a Constitution saving throw, please, Caliban.
Well, sure thing.
13.
Note with a 1, so that's going to be 14.
That just passes, literally, the DC. You take half damage, which is 16 points of damage. Thorned roots emerge from underneath your
And with
feet,
and with warding bond, that half is also halved.
Yeah, so you both take
Oh my god.
you both take 8 points of damage. It is necrotic, Caliban. Does that give me a stagger point on you?
That does give a stagger point.
Okay.
Oh my goddess.
For the first time ever, you see something impact into Caliban's shell that, while siphoned off by Dafer's spell sharing the damage between them, it does seem to crack the surface of Caliban's protection. This undead is going to make its way to the train over here. This undead is going to close in on Caliban and attack him. As an 8, Caliban, you're able to like just step out of the way of this attack as it dives past you, basically. A second monolith is targeting you, Caliban.
Oh no.
Another Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh boy.
I can't get a second stagger point, but you know. This time taking 11 half to 5 damage each.
Alright.
Adhera, you see these two sets of roots literally trying to like drain the life force out of Caliban as one binds around each leg.
Dafer, what did you say their weaknesses was?
He's got it.
Siege damage, which I deal with my weaponry.
If we had like a stray trebuchet, laying around anywhere, that would be a good time to bring it out.
A
Adhera
catapult
is
pistol?
a catapult. Ooh, wait, would that count? No, it wouldn't. Siege and concept only. She's going to jump off the train. What would be the quickest route towards the burrowed bug, which is
What's your
her
movement
goal?
speed, Adhera? What's your like just general?
Now, 50.
50? So you could get there with any kind of dash immediately this turn.
I will use my bonus action dash. I will expend a key point.
You rush off towards this creature. I do need a wisdom saving throw as you get close.
Well,
10.
Well, fuck.
10. One second. As you get, you're about 30 foot away from it. The chirping sound at this point is like getting in your head, and all of a sudden you get like flashes of the image of that dream, that nightmare. You see the remains of the guardian in the sands. You see the look on your mentor's face when he tells you there's nothing that we can do. You are feared, and you take 4 points of psychic damage. You cannot get closer to this thing. You are 30 foot from it.
And I step 10 foot back.
Yes, you backpedal 10 foot as
Yeah.
your head kind of gets bombarded with these awful images from your past.
In a panic, in that sort of like distressed anger, she is going to make 2 ranged attacks with Comson. Disadvantage. But not because of range, because I now have the gravity dust laid into it. So first one, 11 will miss. Second one, 6 will also miss.
In 1 second. You need to see the source of your fear to be afraid, and technically... Wait, no. That does work, so yeah, you're right. It's a disadvantage.
The horn is sticking out, so I assume I'm hearing,
yeah. I'm just trying to work out what the... But yeah, unfortunately, yeah, you throw the weapon twice, and it being burrowed is kind of part of the problem here. As the weapon embeds into the dirt, it doesn't reach the target, and unfortunately, it's your...
I also feel like there's a fear of the unknown. You know something is there. You see the absence with which...
Yeah. It is playing
Mechanics
to
are
all
weird.
of these problems.
That is my turn.
The horn looks like weirdly like woodwind instrumenty, but also like a stag beetle's horn. This undead is going to make its way towards the train. Another undead targeting Caliban. 5 misses. Uther.
So I have a funny button I could click. But I don't know if I should do it or not because Caliban has inserted himself directly into the clusterfuck.
The front of the train is also there, Uther, unfortunately, at this point, as it's bound by the monoliths.
Yeah, I mean, here's my next question. Would I get in trouble for blasting fire at the train?
The train could probably take, like a fireball would probably wash over the surface of the front of the train, I would say. But, yeah. What's the spell you're thinking of, Uther?
Burning Hands.
I would say the monoliths are tall enough that if you got close and angled it up, Uther, you can hit them both without hitting anything else. Because they're like full tree-sized, right? Like enough to, like Clara from a distance, just like they look kind of like trees.
Yeah, so I'm going to hit Caliban with a question here. Do you want me to just try to help you with the trees, or would you like me to try to get everything in the area?
Everything in the area would be nice, but if you can do more damage with the trees, that would be fine.
Can you pass a DC 13? What is dex save?
That would be easy, at least.
I am going to reposition myself to where I can get everything.
Yeah,
I'm
that
gonna
whole
pull out
blue
one of the
square
little-
of enemies, absolutely. I agree.
Whole blue square of enemies. We'll reach into one of my little utility pockets, pull out one of my little clay marbles that people see me play with every once in a while, clap it between both hands, and when I open the hands, Burning Hands.
I'll do the deck saves in like top left to bottom right kind of order for the undead first. 7, 13, and
Meets
3.
it, fails.
So one of them meets it, and that's the one to your right there. Do you want to just roll damage for me so I've got the... Put it in now.
It is 3d6.
3d6, yeah, should be. 8 points of damage there, and 4 points of damage there.
A little lower than I was hoping.
And then I think, if I remember correctly, yeah, the monoliths are like entrenched and cannot make deck saves whatsoever, so they automatically fail, and they both take 8 points of damage. Caliban also needs a deck save, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah, he's good.
Caliban, you take 2 points of fire damage, and Dave for 2 as well, I think.
Yeah, it's one second.
Yep.
Half on a save.
Yeah, so 4 and then 2.
Fire ignites flammable objects in the area not being worn or carried. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just like a train track, and it washes across the surface
Yeah.
of the train without any real effect as well. Anything else, Uther?
Nope, just want to have my illusion copy off to the side somewhere at the ready.
Second of the undeads making their way onto the train. Clara.
I'm just going to... Which one didn't you damage, Uther? Like this one?
Uh,
Oh, yeah,
he
that
got
one.
half damage.
Yeah, that
But
one
yeah.
there got half damage on the right. This one.
I will shoot that one.
Yeah, go for it.
Sure, let's try and sharpshooter it. Do I have any advantages from still being on the train?
The train's at
Am I
a
a height
stop,
advantage?
right? No height advantage, I'm afraid, no.
Sad. Yeah, no.
Yeah, taking the shot, one of these, like, monolith tendrils, it grows, like, into a wild thorns that push out. Your arrow gets caught amongst this expanding, strange octopus shrubbery.
Okay.
Dafer.
Dafer is going to jump off and like rush around down the middle. And I have 40 feet of movement. Can I try to essentially pop up to the left monolith and then dive, I don't know, underneath the train to the other side to also pop the second monolith? The goal would be to attack them both.
You would be taking attacks of opportunity from the undead and the monolith on the left. If you're okay with that, then yeah, you can.
Yep.
Alright, go for it.
Okay. So first there, Dave would do his first attack. I'm wondering whether I should make that reckless or not. I think I'm going to make that one not reckless for now.
Mm-hmm.
That's a main hand attack that is with overload, and it has... I haven't put that in the gauntlets yet, but that is siege damage. So that misses. I'm going to make a reckless attack for my second one.
Yeah.
17.
17 does hit.
Okay.
8 points damage. As your gauntlet hits it, the surface of the octopus tendrils kind of shatters, and underneath you see the miasmic goo that is propelling it as this miasmic creature is staggered. Who do you want to give a teamwork point to?
I'd give a teamwork. I'd give a teamwork point to Caliban, who is the next in line for any sort of action. I am not moving to the other monolith, as that would be to no benefit. So I'm staying where I am right now. As I triggered my my overload, I would have also triggered my my ice rune in offensive mode.
Okay, so it's the ones adjacent to you, and they take 3 points of cold damage, is it?
Proficiency mode.
Yes.
Yeah.
As a cold frost works on either of them, they take some damage. other undead getting on the train on this side. Working their way on. Undead behind Caliban makes an attack. 20 Caliban.
Still misses.
Still misses as you dodge out of the way or block with your sword. Adhira, the beetle next to you suddenly emerges from the ground and skitters towards you with the, like, you know, the alarming speed that like a little spider has when it just suddenly this is like humanoid size as it comes running at you, Adhira.
All I hear are those like opening little skittery notes of the Guardian theme from Breath of the Wild, like
it runs up and tries to hit you with the horn. 12.
Both of us.
Sorry, it double pressed it, but it does follow up with 2 claw attacks, 11 and then 21.
Last claw will hit.
Your shell barriers hit, kind of scratch across for 10 points of damage, and then as a bonus action, it is going to use one of its teamwork points to have the undead work together. It's going to have the 3 zombies around Caliban use a team attack. Caliban, need a strength saving throw.
All right.
Shit. Caliban, as you like bring your sword up to block that one attack, that zombie puts itself like through your blade, through an area of its body that doesn't like disrupt its structural integrity, and it binds your arm as the other 2 undead grab hold of your other arm and begin to pull. You feel your shoulder, which is holding onto the blade, pop out of place. You're at disadvantage on attacks until your shoulder is reset. And this undead is getting on the train. Axel
the undead on that train. I don't like that.
Axel is going to run and attack this corpse chopper. I don't think he's quick enough to get there without dashing. No, he's 40 foot, so he gets there with an action dash, and he's next to you, Adhira. Oh, he needs to make a wisdom saving throw as he runs up. That makes the save, just runs in through the chirping. Severus.
Severus is going to go over here, and I will try and bite to this zombie.
Yeah. Chomp. 15 hits.
Nice.
4 piercing. The poison is immune to, as you might imagine. But yeah, teeth sink in for 4 points of damage. Wait, is poison
Nice.
right? Is it poison?
Huh?
Is the dragon's bite poison? I thought it was fire. Or am I losing my mind?
The dragon's bite doesn't have anything on it. This is from the chimeric bit.
Oh, yeah, you're so right. Thank you. That just threw me for a little loop there, I think.
Yeah, you don't get access to actually elemental damage on Drake Wardens until like level 8
later.
or something.
Yeah, it's the reaction thing, right, where you can add.
Yeah, the reaction one adds the
Gotcha.
elemental damage.
At this point, one of the bodyguards has stepped forward and will attack one of the undead on the left. Give me 1 second. Hits. 18 points of damage as the sword sticks in, and there's like a silent detonation of the flesh and blood from the body as the front half of this undead disappears and leaves only the muscle and sinew of the back half of the body, with the skeletal structure just completely exposed at this point. Caliban.
I bonus action, second wind. Can I also pop my arm back into place?
I would say receiving any amount of healing or something like that would count for this, so yeah. As you
Alright.
take a break, you reset your own shoulder in the middle of the battlefield. Is there any specific way you want to do this? Like whether you use the fact your blade is wedged in them, or...
He sort of just like pushes his sword in, then just pops his shoulder into place.
As most people will pull back from the pain, Caliban, you push into it, take a deep breath, grit your teeth, and your shoulder clicks back in with a pop, and you pull the blade free.
Pulls the blade free, stabs that same zombie.
Yeah. Hits, absolutely. 5 points of damage. Working your way through the slow ambling but quite sturdy corpse in front of you, Caliban.
Unfortunate.
14 hits. Another 5 points of damage. Another hit like that, and it will not be standing.
Yeah, that'll be all for me.
It is.
You do have a teamwork point, should you choose to.
Right, I forgot about that.
If you want to call someone in to attack the same undead as you, you can.
Differ.
Okay.
Or do all of us have a teamwork point?
No, just you.
No, you. I gave you one.
Do you want to hold them?
Okay. Actually, Uther.
And hoard them against
No,
the
I'm giving
monolith.
you the team. I'm giving you the teamwork point instead. You have the big sword, and we did a cool team attack already.
Alright, what do you want me to hit?
That's
Has to
I
be-
believe it's this one.
It has to be the same undead in the middle, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Then yeah, I will try to resolve that thing's unfortunate existence.
Yeah. Using a disc score.
How far am I from it?
You probably about...
I had a 15-foot cone.
You're
going,
15
so...
foot from it, yeah.
Okay, I am 15 foot from it. Let's see here. D4 and 4. I think I'm just gonna shoot it.
Yeah, go for it. Gun works too. Ah, 15 hits.
Barely.
You would have sneak as well, so that's a DC 19 con save from the undead. Absolutely fails. As
Pop.
your bullet goes through its head, the last of that chirping noise echoes out of the skull and it falls over unmoving. This monolith is going to go after Dafer, I think, at this point.
Oh no!
Constitution saving throw, please, Dafer.
Why does it keep rolling threes?
Yeah, apparently there's only one number on a D4. Who knew?
Oh.
This is going to hurt. 44
What
points of
the
necrotic
fuck?
damage, Dafer. As all of the tendrils, as your fisted hit it, turn around and latch hold of you and begin to drain.
Oh, that is bullshit.
Wait,
These,
do I get?
these undead misses. The second monolith is targeting you, Caliban. Constitution saving throw again, I believe.
Let's do this.
19. The tendril reaches out for you, Caliban. As it touches against your shell barrier, its own tendril turns to ash as it tries to push through just an ungodly amount of entropic energy towards you. Because you make the save, you take no damage, and you watch as its own tendril wastes away into nothing but dust.
I adapted to the fucking tendrils.
This zombie will try and take a swing at you, Caliban. Fails miserably. Atira. Wisdom saving throw at the start of your turn, please.
Wisdom saving throw.
Yeah. 13, you just make the save, I believe.
Fear is replaced by anger. And she starts to go into a fury. She will spend a bonus action to enter her spirit form.
Dexterity saving throw from it.
DC 15. Don't know why it keeps saying 19.
It
Makes
manages
it
to back off as it feels the change in your intent. Does it take half, or is this one of the ones where it's suck, save, or suck, unfortunately?
all or nothing.
All or nothing. Okay, so it does manage to, like, as the facial expression of yours changes, even a miasmic can read that shift and backs off as you poof, burst.
She is going to growl and leap at it as the spectral arms, devoid of weapons, start trying to claw at the bug.
22 hits. 9 points of damage. Let me just double check its stagger. That acid damage is there, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
Who do you want to hand a teamwork point to?
Axel.
Axel takes the point.
Second swing.
13, I think, misses. Yeah, it does. Like,
Glancing off the shell.
it suddenly, like, buffets out its wings, and it's surprisingly, like, fast wing movement as well, as it knocks back the swing.
She's on top of it, like. Wait, you said it's like man-sized?
Yeah, it's like a full human size. Obviously, it's not shaped like that, but it's like you could stand on its back. Yeah.
Yeah, she's sort of like getting into its space, then growling and swiping. That will be her turn.
This undead starts moving its way through the train and triggers Yvette's prepared action as she has a little hold-out snub-nosed crystal pistol that she just had out in front of her, waiting for something to walk in, and she will fire. 9 would normally miss, but a zombie has 8 AC. 7 force damage as she wings this thing with an incredibly powerful bullet that, like, almost like hurts her wrist to pull the trigger on this thing. That is that thing's turn. This undead attacks Caliban. 17 misses. Uther.
Dafer looks to be in pickle. So I'm going to use my bonus action to trade places to my illusion to get a little closer and come to this monolith here and try to get it.
Go for it.
Shit.
14 is 1 off. I'm sorry. Yeah, misses.
Yep. Okay. I still do not like the sounds coming from within the train.
Anything else, Uther, or are you?
No. Creating another illusion. Copy nearby to swap to if I need to.
Okay.
That's a free. That seems to be free. So.
I think so. I can't remember exactly. But, this undead is attacking the bodyguard inside.
That's like the one part of that feature that I would have expected to have a cost that didn't.
Clara.
Okay. I am going to aim properly this time, so I'm going to spend my bonus action to steady aim. I'm going to go for the tree, I think.
Yeah. You got sneak on it as well.
Which one?
Next to it.
Yeah.
Which one?
The one on the right at present, I believe. Clara's firing.
Yeah. 15.
Hits. Just hits.
Lovely. I'm going to do this as radiant damage, I think.
18 points of radiant damage. Splits this octopus tree down the middle and like reveals some of the inside. It is still squirming in place, however, Clara.
Creepy, but fair enough.
Oh, you did a sharpshooter, right? Is that another
Yep.
10 on top?
Oh, the sharpshooter damage isn't in there. Yeah, it's another 10.
Another 10. Okay, even more damage than initially as the arrow just goes straight through. But yeah, not quite bloody Clara, but very close after that hit.
That is fine.
No?
That is my turn.
Dafer.
Getting very worried by that hit. Dafer is going to try for the quickest way to take it out possible. Immediately tries to like power a fist through the bark. And so that's a reckless siege attack. That's 21.
Hits.
I'll take the teamwork point that arrives from that for myself.
Yeah, you have the teamwork point.
And then second attack, I assume like my hand just got into whatever the thing is, and now as like the second action, I'm trying to rip it out.
Yeah, you're like your hands in something weirdly goopy, is what I would describe the feeling is.
Like trying to grab a hold of something and pulling that out.
Yeah.
So that's also reckless. Siege, that's an 18.
Hits as well. It is bloodied with that strike.
I can now use the teamwork point that I have, right?
Yes, sorry, yes.
Otherwise I would not have taken it.
Yes, you can.
Okay. In that case, whatever I have in hand, or whatever opening I created, I now just shout, Uther, stab!
Here I go stabbing again.
Hits.
Big numbers.
13. Axel, watching the conflict out the corner of his eye, is going to yell, Clara, bring it down, and call Clara in to also attack the monolith.
Turn off sharpshooter, otherwise I'm not going to hit it.
I'm pretty sure it's almost dead. Yeah.
It's pretty close, yeah.
Let's hope so. 21.
Hits.
Lovely.
15 is enough with the siege. I don't think I mentioned before, but the siege is dealing double damage, so all of the damage that I've got for Dafer was doubled. I should have said that, but it just completely slipped my mind.
I was not aware.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. I realized I was like, this isn't going to make sense because I haven't said this out loud. But, yeah, Clara, your arrow, with the three of you coordinating together, teamwork prevailing, this monolith crumbles into pieces and begins to sort of decay away. As the train lurches and starts to pick up speed, Caliban, what do you want to do? You're like on the front of the train at this point with two undead holding onto you. Do you want to stay on the train and fight the two undead on the front of the train? Or do you want to try and like roll off to one side and stay in the monolith battle area?
I'll try to see if I can stay in the monolith battle area.
Give me a dexterity check. Or acrobatics. Acrobatics works.
Alright. Are you kidding me?
You go to move, and one of these undead grabs you by the collar as the three of you ride off on the front of the train. I'm just gonna pull you like up over here, as you guys just are on the front of this train that's slowly picking up speed. Dafer, that's still technically your turn, as that was the call.
Yeah, I haven't moved, and I still have my bonus action, so I can still try to like elbow jab at the, or try to punch at the
monolith. Yeah.
Monolith. So Dafer would run up and try to. 1 second. Think. Sam, can I offhand attack with my gauntlets? No, I can't, right? Not when I use them for the main attack, because they are my second weapon are my boots, not my gauntlets.
In a general sense, you're right, but in this moment here, I don't mind too much Dafer. I understand why Dafer would do this. Should we say just a straight roll instead of advantage if you're doing it recklessly?
No. Oh, yeah, fine. I'm mostly not doing this for the damage. You can for all I care, it could be 0. It's solely for the teamwork point.
Yeah, it's fine. Then yes, yeah. Still
Okay.
Continue.
All right. In that case, Dafer would be running up and then with the just trying to do like a lariat kind of thing into it. So that's a main attack. Yep. Let's see who gives up first. That is not a main attack. That is with Overload, and that is with the Siege Gauntlets, and it is Reckless, so that is an 18.
Hits.
And that.
And who are you handing the teamwork point to?
1 second. I think the number there is wrong. Yeah, that's just 3. That's not 5.
Gotcha. Thank you.
The teamwork point goes off to who's next? To Uther. Yeah, Uther.
Okay.
So essentially, I tried to lariat the tree, and like my hand now is stuck in it or something, or just got somewhat in.
Into the quote unquote woodwork.
Mm-hmm.
This undead attacking the bodyguard. Natural one misses. This undead coming around the corner as well. It is corpse chopper. It will. You're no longer afraid, are you? Yeah, you got out of it.
Yeah.
We can't control.
I'm not afraid of you.
We can't control you. We're just gonna use a horn attack on you, and then the 2 claws on Axel. 23.
Horn will hit.
18 and 24. All of these hit. That's a big hit. 23 points of damage to you, Atira.
Was I resistant to necrotic, or am I just feeling like I'm so close to it? No, I'm probably not resistant.
Misclicked on the wrong damage source for Axel, so that's
Oof.
17 points of damage for him. Barely scratches his shell barrier next to it here. As a bonus action, it will command one of the zombies fighting the bodyguard to attack. Misses. This undead also gets onto the train with Yvette. It is Axel's turn, and he is going to attack Corpse Chopper. 14 and 13. I think those both miss. Let me double check. No, 14 hits. Oh, it rolled 3 times. Ooh, roll 20 is being funny.
Yeah, 14, 17.
14 and 17 both hit. 12 and 13 damage.
Oh no, what is roll 20 doing?
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's just stacking rolls, but 12 and 13 both hit. Bam, bam! A huge staff comes down on top of this thing, almost squishing it completely. And he will bonus action healing word you, Atira. 7 health back to.
It's not a real healing word. A real healing word rolls a 1.
He's well trained, you know.
And Capricus wasn't?
Yeah, Capricus was a baby that somehow got on.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna say Cerberus can have teamwork points. Yeah, fine with that. And it is Cerberus's turn.
I bite.
Chomp. Jesus.
I really bite.
T-chompo.
There we go.
The poison does go through on this one. So that is... Ooh, I suddenly got really bad about 13 damage, plus 1 more, 18 points of damage total.
Does the bear have a teamwork point or not?
No, I think it was a theoretical question.
Had to check.
Is that Cerberus's turn? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
A second of the bodyguards pushes kind of past Vivette to block, as there were 2 on board total.
Okay, good. I was wondering about that.
23 hits. 12 and 15 is enough. I can't make a save for that, as the body just like detonates, leaving only an intact skeleton behind on the train. Caliban.
Shaking myself free of these undead
Yeah, you're on
to the best of my ability.
You're like on the front of a train going like 40 miles an hour at this point, Caliban, with the two of them like standing, but only by the merit of not having to worry about their musculature, and you by the merit of having a shell.
Shit.
Spider-Man 2.png.
I'm gonna have to get rid of these two.
Yeah, you can try and trip or shove them if you'd like. Obviously, their position's a little tenebrous.
I'm gonna see what I got. Well, I don't got much, but at 40 miles per hour, Caliban also is over 60 feet away. Warding bond drops. Yeah.
Definitely trained out of the warding bond radius for sure.
Well, just okay. How over the edge of the train? How close to the edge?
I mean, you guys are literally stood on the like front dirt shovel that's supposed to like push through ice and snow. Like, this could not be a more tenuous position for the three of you.
Okay, can I grab the shovel?
Sorry, by shovel I mean like a ram, basically.
The
on the front. The scoop, yeah.
Okay.
You're on the cow catcher.
Oh fuck.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, fuck. Can I try to knock them off onto the front, and I can just try to get back
to
the rest of the group?
Would you want to do like, what would Caliban do in this situation? In your mind's eye, how would Caliban try and like knock these undead off? Like just a kick or?
Cap them in the knees and then just kick them.
With like the blade, like stab them in the knee basically, or use the gun.
He'd use the gun.
Yeah. Okay. give me 2 attack rolls. Tits.
Oh fuck.
You shoot. Which one would you like to shoot perfectly in the knee?
This one right here.
Blast through the knee, and you don't have to push them at that point. Like, the train's moving, they roll, you watch like the arm catch under one of these wheels, and then like a good portion of the body pulls away, and the other half rebounds off and like careens off into the distance, just shorn into. The other undead, as you go to turn the weapon towards you, pushes forward and grabs hold of you. I need an acrobatics check, please, Caliban.
Okay.
He shoves you and you go back, but as you tumble, you're able to turn your body and put them down underneath you, and you like surf a good 30 feet like on top of this body as you slowly slow, basically like almost like a bodyboard as you're led on top, and it takes the brunt of the impact for you. The train suddenly zooms past you, Caliban,
he can't keep getting away with this.
As you stand up with this, just like half an undead, no longer moving.
Where am I at this point?
You're like 120 feet away from everyone off in the distance as you turn around, basically.
Okay. Just gonna try to catch up with the group as best as I can.
Yeah, you stand up and you start jogging back towards the fight. Absolutely.
It's gonna take me a couple turns.
This undead over here attacks the bodyguard, misses the monolith. This actually does have some range. I think it's gonna go after Uther at this point.
Oh no.
2. I don't remember which one this is.
Disintegration ray.
That was 4. Give me a wisdom saving throw, please, Uther. you are afraid of the monolith, and you take 14 psychic damage as well, Uther, as one of these roots crawls up the inside of your leg. And all of a sudden, the many appendages and parts of the tree look like pieces of your loved ones, people that you care about, like appended together as a grotesque monolith. It is tough to look at. Atira.
Going all in. First 2 strikes.
Hits.
I will spend a key point to also make this a stunning strike.
That is 11 points of damage and a Constitution saving throw. Fails. It is stunned.
Giving this point to Dather.
Yes. Yeah.
Huh?
So it is staggered as well, but yes. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
Dather gets the teamwork point. Anything else on your turn, Atira?
All of my other hits. 24.
Hits. 5 damage. Yeah.
Key point, flurry of blows.
Mm-hmm.
Making 2 more attacks. 21.
Hits. And 22 as well. Yeah, hits. How do you want to tear it to pieces, Atira?
Tearing it to pieces. Claws just.
You grab each piece and rip it to shreds. In this moment, Atira, give me an insight check. Axel watches you fight, and in this moment, he sees very much a piece of himself in you. And as he's looking at you, you can see his mind going back to a moment where you said Grim gave you his contact number, basically, and he suddenly understands. There's a moment of understanding in this. He's looking at you, Atira. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
No.
Okay.
Wait, does that horn also disintegrate away?
Do you want to rip the horn off in that last moment?
Yes.
Yeah, you do. You just rip it clean off away from the disintegrating parts of it and keep that piece of the shell.
In character, it's my trophy. Out of character, gonna make something neat from that.
Uther.
Well, I cannot approach, but that's fine. I have options. And I don't think I'll use avoidance on this one, so I will just gun.
Yeah. Taking a shot.
Daver's there. And kill
Hits.
Hello?
11 points damage. Bullet, not the most effective thing against this weird tree-like material you fire into, but it does hurt it.
Yeah. Do I get a save on that last,
I think it lasts until... No, you are right. Give me a wisdom save at the end of your turn.
Okay, wanted to make sure. Did I have a teamwork point?
Yeah.
Yes, I gave you one.
Dafer gave you one.
Oh! Then yes, by all means. Where's... Who would be better for it, Dafer or Clara?
Clara does more damage
Clara.
overall. Dafer has double damage against it, but I mean, 5 to 10 isn't the same as 420, whatever Clara deals.
Yeah.
Clara hit that thing.
Which
Shoot
thing
that
am I
guy.
hitting? The big thing again?
The big thing. The problem.
The problem.
Caliban's
yes.
too far away. Hits.
21. Lovely.
20 points of damage is just shy of killing it. As the arrow embeds in, it is almost finished at that point.
Oh, good. Because
Oh, okay. I'm gonna call on
wish it would.
Cerberus to add some extra fire
Yeah,
damage.
I'm fine with that, yeah.
It's an extra 4 fire damage.
How do you want Cerberus to deal with this monolith tree in the end there?
I think it's really funny if he just like immolates the arrow as it goes past.
Yeah, just like head back, tilts back, fire breathes up, the arrow goes through, ignited into the core of the tree, and sort of ignites from the inside as it burns to ash. At this point, the conflict on the field ends. By the time you catch up with the train, there is naught but skeletal remains that these bodyguards are just throwing off of the side of the train, basically removing the last of the threat that they more than handily dealt with that managed to make it aboard. Yeah, you climb back aboard the train as it begins to pull away and everything slowly shifts back into normal as Yvette kind of looks at you all and says, "What a rush."
I can live without those.
Alright, so what in the hell was all that?
Like
mean-
a miasmic tree. Well, more miasmic than tree.
I mean, the database flashed up monolith, but I don't think we had those yet.
Axel nods and says, they, slow to move, but once they're embedded, they're hard to deal with. I've seen them before. The beetle, however, I've not seen. Seem to have some power over the undead.
Adhira, covered in bug gore, sweating hurt, just tosses the horn trophy onto a table and states rather deadpan, "I killed the bug."
You could make a really nice flute out of this.
I
mean-
don't want to put my mouth on that right now.
Well, speak for yourself.
I think I derfed an undead.
Yvette tussles your hair and says, "Proud of you, son."
What?
At the same time, she pulls out a handkerchief and wipes some gunk off of Vatira's face from, like, ripping apart that beetle.
Oh, thank you.
More than welcome.
Okay, so
One second. She had coffee, very little night's sleep, and just exerted herself. Con save.
pass
Sits
the phone.
down in a chair.
You
Pauses.
get- You get no. Oh well.
Yeah,
Okay.
as she sits down, like, probably, like, near, because you guys would have probably gone to check on Yvette, just sits down in where Yvette is working. Says, "It's fine, you can let her sleep. She'll be safe here."
Okay, so I think for our next away mission by train, I'm going to start stockpiling just all of the explosives I can get my hands on. So that way, we can just throw bombs at shit off of the train without stopping.
Can't damage the
That
train
was-
tracks. Keep that in mind.
Axel nods and says, "Damaging the train tracks would be an unfortunate situation to find ourselves in."
I mean, that would get you court-martialed as well, wouldn't it?
Technically, you all have my right of shadow right now, so anything you do, I am responsible for, yes.
Uther is the character who, despite being made into a superhuman child soldier, looks at his abilities and goes, wait, we can still guerrilla warfare our way out of this.
I'm also suddenly a whole lot less worried.
We did one side stop, and we're already hurting.
That's fine. I'm gonna make myself a small, some kind of relaxing snack. Maybe not a dessert, but something crunchy. Anybody else want any? I'll take that as a yes from everyone.
If you're cooking them, I would say no.
Essentially, me preparing the food for from my chef feature. So hit dice get an extra 1d8.
Yep. If anyone wants to spend hit dice, they can do so now, as another day will pass as you're heading up into the northern part of Trismere by train.
Spend 2. That's an extra d8.
I forget. Does Clara have the healer feat, or is that just?
I do.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I wanted to make sure. I was trying to remember how the medicine check stuff was doing.
Look at that! I'm back to full health.
It is currently 10 plus hit points equal to the maximum number of hit die. What level are we? 5? Yeah, so it's 15. And I can dole out if anyone wants any.
Yes. The answer is yes.
Yeah, take the 15 first, and then worry about hit die after.
It's fine. I'm still not anywhere close to full.
Yeah, Dave got dinged almost to bloody.
Fucked up.
Yeah. I rolled crazy
Somebody-
on that first one, or the second one.
Somebody chunked through half my hit points in one go. That's nutty. Okay.
Welcome to my world. That's usually my position.
I mean, yes, but I also have resistances and, I don't know, triple your health bar?
As you settle down, you eat meals. Those of you who want your wounds tended to get looked at by Clara. You continue north, occasionally swapping onto like large junctions to change major lines. You slip past huge walled cities. You go over massively constructed stone bridges that have train tracks that allow you to ford some truly ginormous rivers at times. Pass by beautiful lakes. You see windmills arrayed in different formations next to settlements. You still see occasional airships, still signs of Empress City is everywhere here in Trismere. Remote fortifications. Sometimes the train lines just run into castle-like structures. There are artillery bases set up at different intervals, especially as you head north and you can see where it peels off east towards the sort of like the Vangi border. Things get less farmlandy and more hill-like as it goes east, but you guys continue north for, like I said, like another day. It is late Wednesday as the sort of like train announcement says you are getting close to Amaraj. At a distance, you can see a pretty sizable looking city. You've definitely passed by larger ones towards like the core of the Trismere territory. This one has a wall around it that is very much not for protection but decoration. It is a painted wall that every like 10 feet or so is interspersed by statues of tall three-pronged tridents, individuals holding them. Like, it's a piece of art that doubles as a boundary wall. There is some level of patrol along them. Local, like noble soldiers that have been repurposed for the point of guarding this settlement. There's no standard uniform among the people that patrol these walls. They are dressed with a lot of pomp, right? Like, it's this sort of like an honor guard style thing where the effectiveness of the individuals isn't as important as the status that they convey, in a sense. That said, the weaponry they're carrying is not quite up to the standard of like the general Parisian military, but it's been more modernized than some of the guns you guys have like confiscated off of the gangs in the city. Axel, as you guys are getting close, says, I'll be staying on the train while we're there. We'll be here overnight while some of the dogmatic automotive engineers that live in the city take a look at the train after its extended period at high speeds. So you are free to do as you like until morning and then return here. Looks at the sky, it's like maybe like 7 o'clock in the evening, you know, like sun hasn't quite gone down yet. It's still summer, so it's going to be warm out for a while. He says, just enjoy yourselves a bit before we get on to this next leg home.
Understood.
Speaking of anything?
What was that, sorry?
Want us to pick you up anything? Since he isn't leaving the train.
He hands you an empty cigarette box.
We'll see what we can do.
He also says, crystal cards are no good here. He goes into his room and pulls out a bag of genuine gold coins. Something Caliban you've seen, but it isn't common. It's something more normal for like Adhira, Dafer, and Uther. Clara, we've never really talked about the currency up where you're from, but I imagine coins are used at least. But there are 1,000 gold pieces here.
Yeah, Uji's coins.
He says, one of you carry this, split it amongst yourself, whichever way you want.
So we give it to Adhira because, she's the thief. Who's gonna steal from a thief?
A better thief.
Axel,
Then she just needs to get better.
Axel, looks at
Oh
you
my
two.
god. Look
I
at
hate
that in the
every
business.
word out of his mouth, but he's technically right.
You don't need to concede on this, Antira. You can still try to dunk on him.
Axel looks at you here and says, I said it once before, but please be careful. Most of the people here are aristocracy. The nobles love to come here for celebrations and so on and so forth. They take slights against them very seriously.
Then, if it's gonna be nobles here, then I believe then I may have to play my part in this.
What does that mean?
Axel, are you speaking from experience?
There's a moment where he thinks about that and says, I wouldn't need to do anything for them to be upset about my presence.
Alright. Keep your secrets. I think I'll see whatever, I don't know, look around a bit and hit up a local food place.
As you step off the train, Jayfair, Yvette has these like two incredibly like hardcore, dangerous bodyguard mercenary type individuals with like a suitcase under each of their arms carrying her luggage as she walks towards this what appears to be mostly stained glass carriage as a nobleman from Trismere greets her like old friends, and she says, so lovely to see you again. Yes, on the back. And she turns towards Caliban and says, good luck on the rest of your journey.
Thank you, and you take care, please.
Of course. And she walks forward as if she's going to say something very serious, and then pulls you into a hug and says, "It was lovely to spend time with you again."
And you too.
And then she
Have a good trip.
he was like, "Enjoy the book."
I will try.
And then she hops onto the carriage, and it starts to trundle along streets that once upon a time were cobblestone, but are just worn by the sheer amount of like carriage travel and foot traffic until it's kind of smoother. Having got off the train at the main train station, looking around, this is like the receiving area for very rich people. It is a train station that is made of steel work and stained glass. It's like stepping out into a huge cathedral that there just so happens to be trains running through. It's open on both ends for like air to come through, but there's also a large archway that heads out onto the street where you just saw Yvette get onto the carriage. There is a main boulevard that heads all the way towards a lake in the distance, and you can see that most of this settlement is like a big C shape that goes around this central lake that seems to be the hub of the city itself. Looking at it from like a distance, you can see it's more urbanized towards the south. And as it heads towards the north, there's more gardens, but bigger homes that are further apart from each other. So the further north you go, the more wealthy the wealthy people in this city are. But yeah, you find yourselves amongst like a huge touristy area with markets, streets that are lined with glass sculptures of seaweed and aquatic animals, and like pearlescent seashells seem to be embedded into the pathways and walls of the architecture on the road where you stand at present as a group. Where do you want to go?
I think you just described like Samara's just ideal location, especially with all this stained glass.
It's got
The
like,
stained glass is nice, but this place is way too rich for my blood.
it's got some Barcelona vibes, but like slightly more, like slightly more French, and therefore like a little more. Yeah, I don't know. It definitely
Right.
like has some like Barcelona energy though, with the sort of stained glass and stuff.
You describing the inlaid jewels into like the pathways and everything. It feels very much like
Kyle.
what like how you described like the roads in
The
during
first
the old
campaign.
during the first campaign, like
Kyle,
during
yeah.
2017.
Kime? Yeah, I mean Kime was literally Kime was literally like gold as well. Yeah.
Hmm.
Sam, could you repeat the short description of the main train station again? So I just got something about.
The main station is like a cathedral of stained glass, but it's like open on two ends, so it's almost like a big long archway that covers the train station. It's not really, in a sense, a building so much as like a giant cover made of stained glass and steel.
Okay, it's essentially like a cathedral of stained glass.
Yes.
Not really. Okay. Yeah. Time to figure out what the local cuisine is like, and if there is anything worth shopping for. Anyone want to come with?
Actually, I think I will.
I'll have a walk
Cuisine
around.
sounds good.
Where are we going?
I snack shopping and window shopping.
Yeah, just a walk down the big main boulevard. That seems to be where most of the foot traffic is heading in general.
Yeah.
You guys.
Axel's not going out into the city, right? You said he's staying on the train.
Stays on the train, yeah. You guys step out into the big main boulevard. There are fancy-looking carriages roaming around at all times. They have some of these, like, is it rickshaws where people like pull the little carriages around by hand as well. But in addition to that, as you're walking down the boulevard, you can see that there are man-made canals with like the gondola ride type things where people, like, different sections of the city aren't actually accessible unless you step onto one of these gondolas. There are little like islands off from one another where communities live almost unattached from the city, if not for the boats that kind of drift people around from one place to another. The food on offer at the stalls is all like it's all seafood, but a lot of it is covered in like a garum, like a fermented fish condiment, almost like a Worcestershire sauce type thing, but a little bit fishier than that. There are lots and lots of little marketplace areas. Loads of goods flow into this area. Some of them magical, some of them just really finely made. There are people here selling stained glass that's made in the city. That seems to be one of the big things that the city does. A lot of again, sea life stained glass, like blown out vases that look like octopuses or look like these big, like, tuna fin fish that are huge from the sea. Things like that, and lights embedded inside them so they can be bedside lamps and stuff like that. You also see that there are inns and bars and things like that all along this main road as well.
I think for now, Dafer would still be on the window shopping, but definitely would keep an eye out for establishments with, if this area has such prevalent seafood, keep an eye out for establishments where a lot of locals seem to frequent it. That, like, from the way the people flock to it, looks like it's actually good.
Give me
At Hira.
Besides the window shopping for like other stuff, like, I don't know, spices and so on.
Give me an investigation check, Dafer.
Investigation. 12.
12. One of the things on offer here appears to be truffles that are dug up in Heaven's Pillar. That seems to be one of the things that sort of like Heaven's Pillar exports. They don't travel so well. So here in northern Trismere, there are like mushrooms. They're like very rich mushrooms at Hira, basically. Those are being sold here, but they're fairly expensive. Dafer, like 20 gold a bulb, basically.
I'm buying 2.
You buy 2 of these truffles. You also see there's something being sold at the markets right now, called a soldier's shell, which initially catches your attention because, like, well, they're selling shells here, but it is just like a conch, like a seashell, that you can record a voice message into, and when you hold it up to your ear, instead of hearing the sea, you hear the whisper of whoever spoke into it.
With that message, or just their generic voice?
With that message, like, repeats that thing that was said into the shell. And a lot of people seem to buy these, you notice. In terms of places to go that people seem to be flocking around, that's like an even distribution of people walking into all kinds of places. One thing that catches your attention is an advert for a place called the Deep Light, which is like a like an underwater with like a glass roof bar where you can sit underneath the lake and look up at the fish in the lake itself and have a drink underwater. That's one of the things that sort of catches your attention as you're walking around.
That one.
I mean, assuming they one second, is it just a bar or is it more pub-like? So also has.
You can have food there. Yeah, it's not made food, but there is food.
I mean, if we're in it for the spectacle, although looking around at the conches, like since we do have a oh god, what's it called? Taschengeld.
Pocket money.
Pocket money.
Budget. Yeah.
Yeah, since we do have like pocket money that renews and that I barely ever spend, I do also look at one of the conches since those could be useful on missions.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing you would expect to be expensive, Dafer, but it seems like there's so many of them made that you can get one for like 10 gold pieces. And as you go up to the store, the guy who's there says, interested in one of these? So he holds it up to you and like whispers something into it and holds it up holds it up to your ear for you to listen.
I hold it up to my ear.
You just hear him say, "Welcome to Amirage. Can I help you?"
These are curious. How many uses do they have?
Mostly people
Before
use
they
them to. They last until they break. Shatter,
Oh.
fall apart. Yes, no. The enchantment, as it were, is very stable.
Oh. In that case, I'll take 3.
3 it is. He bags you up 3 of them and hands them across to you.
Ed here will take 1.
Bags 1 for you as well. Hands it to you too. He says, soldiers used to take these when they were at war. Their loved ones would whisper messages to them into it so that they could hear them while they were at field. Makes a great gift.
Dafer. Adhira gives you a sly smile. It's like, maybe you could have that lady friend you are starting to hang around with. Have her whisper something nice into one of these.
Dafer does blush at the implications that you are making there. I mean, Sigrid and I are just mainly training, and I guess we do have dinner often together. But I just stumbles over words.
She smiles. Doesn't tease you any further, but it's the smile of she feels that she's won.
Anyway, these are definitely useful. I'm pretty sure that if we ever have scenarios where we need to split up, then we can just leave these.
Some people leave them by their front door so that if they need to go out, they can leave a message for someone who comes home, or leave messages for each other using them. You can infinitely speak over the top of the message within them, so you can be reused as much as you like.
Perfect. I'll likely want to mark them one way or another at one point, but that's for a different time.
Mind my asking, but is this your first time in the city?
Yes.
I would recommend you head to a bar by the lake then. Something with a view out onto the water. Within the next, should we say 40 minutes or so?
Oh?
I
Anything?
can tell you why, but it might be more fun for you to just see for yourself.
In that case, the underwater bar might have to wait.
It's open till late. I know the one you speak of. There's only one under the water.
Alright.
Let's go find a good Lakeview bar.
Do I recall any of the bars that we went by that seemed to stand out to me, that was like lakeside before we stumbled over the undersea?
Technically, you wouldn't have gotten to the lakeside yet. Like, you probably made it like a few hundred feet into the city by the time you hit the markets. They're as close to the train station as possible, right? So it's like a little bit further on before you hit the lake itself.
Okay, in that case, doing still some more window shopping along the way as we make our way to the seaside, to the lakeside.
Yeah. And is anyone
sure.
else keeping an eye out for things as you guys are going?
Probably should get Axel cigarettes.
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
Does he have expensive taste, or is he just doing like the American spirit ass?
Looking at the
That was
box,
supposed
Uther, the stuff that Axel smokes is the most humdrum, run-of-the-mill, like, get me as many as possible for as cheap as possible kind of cigarettes. However,
The man would be pre-rolling if he had the time.
Yeah.
Got it.
Every store that you walk past, however, is cigars. It's those, like, very long, like the kind of cigarette you put at the end of one of those long cigarette holder type things. Like, there's nothing in his style here whatsoever, Uther, as you're looking around.
Axel might
Uther, if I may make a suggestion as a devil on your shoulder, me, Capri. You could always get him, something special. I bet you they sell the nice stuff for the rich people.
It's his money. I'm not going to just turn up like, oh yeah, we spent a shit ton of money on cigarettes. You're not going to like, dude.
The money's from the academy, and it was given to be spent, so you're fine on that.
No, Uther, you don't get what I'm sending across. Get Axel, a man with a lot of stress out of.
I'm not getting our teacher high.
Just speaking as the devil Capri on your shoulder.
I fucking hit you with one of the 3 Bibles in my room. 3? I got given so many fucking Bibles as a kid. It's like someone was trying to tell me something.
Yeah. Oh shit.
The goddess spills it.
I have given away so many fucking Bibles that I've been given.
That's a good lore question. Is there a book about the god, like a religious book?
It would be known as the Book of Parables, and it would be stories about the goddess more than like. Well, that's kind of
stories the goddess has passed down.
Yeah, that's kind of all the Bible is really, but like it is in a sense just. It could almost be used as like a children's storybook in a sense as well. Like, if not for some of the darker themes of like what the Scourge has done, the goddess was, in love with arts and crafts and the act of making, and encouraged people to do what they could to take what she had given them to make something she had never seen before. That's a lot of what the like goddess stories are in the main book of Parables.
But nobody quotes it like how.
In the way that like someone might quote like Aesop's fables, like there are lessons embedded into some of the stories. Like someone might take the story of her and the dragons about like just because you were created as enemies does not mean you can't learn something from each other and therefore be more than that at the end of it. Like that is kind of the fable of that story, as it were, the lesson.
But yeah, nobody pulls out a mantra out of nowhere.
No, or praise in that way either. Not really.
The Emperor wills it.
By goddess's design might be something someone might say, which just means like, well, that was fucking crazy, but it still happened. Like it's almost
God's
like,
plan.
God works in mysterious ways, kind of.
Yeah. Character building.
You guys get closer and closer to the kind of like lake coast. Here you can see in the distance there is this big tower out in the middle of the lake. It's like huge white stone tower that almost like blended in with some of the chalkier hills on the other side. And as you're looking at it, you can see it's covered in these you know, like Egyptians had these big sun mirrors, the big like circular discs for reflecting light. It's covered in those that are angled at different parts of the water. And as the sun dips down, other towers across the city begin to light up, and the discs reflect the bonfires lit at these towers onto the ones on the lake, and it illuminates different spots on the lake, which suddenly reveals that there are about 30 to 40 dancers seemingly stood on the water's surface, and as the spotlights hit them, all over the lake, multiple people do a sort of like a ballet-like dance atop the lake itself under the reflected light from these discs. And you can see people, there are like all sorts of bars that line onto the lakefront, watching the show in the distance, ordering food, sitting around on benches, having conversations, just watching this show that seems to happen every night. Occasionally one of the dancers gets tired and you watch as like someone jumps into the water and swims out to their podium and replaces them, but otherwise it seems like there is always someone on this platform dancing here at night in Al Mirage. What do you guys want to do?
One second, this platform or these platforms? Because you spoke of like 30
There
or
are
40
many
or so.
platforms, yes, these platforms.
Ah, okay. Okay. Well, that's a fascinating look. Well, we better hurry to one of the bars here, unless we want to miss the entire
Yes.
moment. I'm not sure how much longer this will be up.
Just hurrying to like the nearest one you see with spots, or
I mean, if
I
there's
think at
several
this
around,
point,
I
yeah.
would try to look for the best one. But yeah,
you spot a bar that like has a little platform almost like built on a jetty that goes out onto the lake a little. It does appear like there is a doorman, but there are also loads of spaces available on the tables inside.
okay. Sitting down, I think I'd order some of
Sorry,
the
Dave.
local food.
As you approach and get close to the entryway, the person will hold up their hand and kind of say, "Are you a member?"
I raise my eyebrow. Pardon?
I'm afraid I'm going to need to see a card that identifies you as a member of the Chalice before you can step on board.
I fear that you will not have our business then.
Wait. The coin that Axel gave me, what was its import again?
Which coin?
Go
Sorry,
coins.
he just
Uh,
gave you money.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
That's for spending money.
Yeah, just money.
So if we can't flash our laminated cards at him,
You could try.
she's going to do that.
Give me a persuasion check.
She doesn't like being told that she can't go somewhere.
I'm just keep walking.
22. He looks at it, says, EK's from Empress, huh? He thinks for a moment, looks back at one of the members of staff who's like stood a little bit behind him, you know, menus and stuff. He looks out at some of the empty tables and just looks back and like shrugs and nods at the same time. And the guy steps aside and pulls this little red rope to one side to let you onto the platform as a group if you wish.
Well, I can't believe that worked.
David just gives like Adhira a small like clap.
You find yourself at a circular table with like a fire pit built into the base of it so that your legs are warm and it's kind of like crackling away.
Oh.
But it doesn't like, the fire doesn't come high enough to like be in your faces. It's sort of like sunken into the middle of the table. And there's like a little as you push it, the table can wheel around, so like the drinks can move around in a circle on the table. If you want to try other people's drinks or whatever, you can sort of like wheel the food around in front of each other. There are all kinds of like small dishes of food that it's not really a substantial meal, but it's designed to like, if you want a drink and something to eat while you're drinking, you can eat here. Cocktails and fancy wines and imported beer from like all the way down in the eastern trade cities, things like that seem to be on the menu.
David would mostly go with non-alcoholic beverages and focus a lot on like a variety of snack food. So I assume like
snacks,
so like fried fish bits, I don't know, fried octopus, etc.
Yeah, it'd be like sea, like clam and things like that.
Yeah.
Like I think all told, it would probably cost you about 15 gold pieces each to like have a drink and eat some food here. As you guys order, one of the waiters comes up from like, there's like a little building off to one side where the kitchen must be, or like some other bits and pieces like that. He comes out and he has a what appears to be a small dragon on his shoulder. As he puts down a free drink in front of all of you, it lets out a little burst of flame and like lights the top of each of your drinks to like to burn off some of the alcohol until it eventually settles down. And he gives a bow, and the dragon kind of gives an incline of its head at the same time as the two of them stoop low next to you.
Clara isn't here to see us, is she?
I'm not sure.
Daver suddenly very
thanks for
suspiciously
saving the
eyes
book.
his fruit juice. Oh, apologies.
Oh, what was that? Sorry, Claire.
No, I don't think I'm there.
Okay. Where... So, who's here then? Is it Adhira, Dafer, and Uther? Is Caliban and Clara off somewhere else? Or are you...
I mean, Clara went exploring.
Yeah, is Caliban here, or is it just Clara who's off on her own?
I'm only coming for Cerberus if he's also here.
Yeah, Clara.
No, he's not with them.
Wait, is Cerberus with you though, Clara, out on the streets, or would you have...
Yeah, with me.
Okay, cool. In which case, it's the three of you. Were you just exploring in general, or is there somewhere in particular you were, like a site of significance, or just taking a walk around?
With a kid grabbing grapes. Oh, great.
Sorry, Clara. Was there anywhere in particular you were wandering to, or just in circles?
No, not particularly. I'm just killing a little bit of time. Just having a wander through the streets.
Just give me a perception check.
Sure.
As you walk through the street, you've got Cerberus with you, Caliban kind of quietly drifting along with you as if carried by the tide. You see that there's like a memorial of like very traditional style, the sword in the stone. There is a blade embedded into stonework in the middle of a park that you walk past, called the Somber Sword of Storms, a little plaque on it that's next to it with like some little words in the distance as you're walking past. Kids playing around it in this small park. You also see that there seems to be like some sort of underwater shrine to the goddess that's presumably somewhere on the lake. You keep seeing signs for it all around. On a 19 as well, you notice a lot of guards people escorting individuals wearing like black dog masks. And they're being escorted in the sense that like these individuals are in manacles, being taken towards what appears to be, you know, like the guard towers or whatever in the city. But you see it like 2 or 3 times as you're walking around, but no one seems to bat an eye at it.
Do they seem to be coming from a particular direction? Like, are they all being walked away from something?
In a general sense, they do seem to be coming from, like, there's like a little tail end to the lake. The lake tails off into a bowl, and there are like 3 or so groups of individuals being walked from that direction. It doesn't feel like very tightly grouped in that area, but more like loosely in that area, if that makes sense, Clara.
I'm gonna walk over that way anyway and see if I can figure out what is going on.
Yeah. Continuing forward, you eventually come to a section of the city which has a archway, and all the roads seem to stop. And beyond the archway is the ruins of a city or more like a small town that must have been here before the city proper. And there does seem to be some kind of like border cordon set up around it, and it's being like encircled by some of these guard forces. And it looks like maybe these Black Dog masked individuals are like holed up in this ruined town, as far as you can see as you've walked across the city proper now.
I'm gonna get as close as I can before someone stops me.
Yeah, like as you get closer to the arch, and there's this dead space of about 50 or so feet between where the city and where the ruins start. Once you get to the edge of that, you start getting not stopped, but a few groups like see you and start to give the like slow wander in your direction, like, hey, is this person gonna walk forward? In which case, I'll do something about it. But they don't like yell at you, but they're keeping an eye on you at this point, Clara.
I'm just gonna keep walking until I'm stopped. I'm nosy.
Once you take a few more steps into this like no man's land type thing, one of the guards kind of jogs up and says, in Triton to begin with, but then like seeing the look on your face, swaps to trade with an accent I won't do. It's, you know, like that heavy sort of French accent. Says to you, you cannot go beyond this point, I'm afraid. It is not safe.
Cannot, as in there's a rule against it, or just because it's not safe?
He thinks for a moment and says, it is not allowed. There is a rule against it because it is not safe.
And what makes it unsafe?
A group of believers in a strange... They are... He like struggles for a word for him and says, cult.
I see. They seem to be extracting an awful lot of attention from you, though. Have they done anything violent?
He thinks for a moment and says, they engage in criminal activity.
What sort of criminal activity?
He thinks for a moment before a older looking gentleman puts hands on his shoulder and says, that is for the nobles to say and us for enforce.
Oh boy.
Interesting that you say that.
You've activated her trap card.
I would like to go and speak to them. I'm humbly requesting you waive my right of being stopped.
The man's brow furrows and says, I'm afraid you do not have this authority to request this.
What would you take as a measure of my authority, exactly? You seem to have no idea who I am. How could you know what authority I hold?
Are you like trying to intimidate, like put some pressure on this individual at this point, Clara, or is this
Nope,
more
Clara
like...
is just stating facts. Like, you haven't asked my name, you know nothing about me. Who are you to say that I can't say that?
He says, by what manner do you claim to have this authority then?
We'll start with the one that's lower on your priorities, so that I don't have to invoke the worst one. She's going to take out the little laminated card.
Mm.
Is this sufficient?
Takes it, looks at it. Clara, you don't know what's said, but Caliban, a little distance away in Triton, the guard refers to Clara as essentially like a circus freak from the big city, essentially. As he holds it up to the other one. And the two of them exchange some words in Triton, like, I don't think we have the ability to stop her if she wants to, but we also don't need to escort her. As the guy turns around and says, you can go in, but our orders are to hold this position here.
That's fine. I'm not here to step on your job or anything. I have no interest in putting these men in manacles. But they seem to be causing you to spend resources where they ought not be spent right now. So, I'm interested in finding out exactly what their problem is. Thank you. My card?
Yeah, he hands it back to you.
I appreciate your thoughtfulness on this matter, gentlemen, and your thoroughness in doing your job.
Gives you the forced smile I'm sure you're giving him.
Yep. Come on, Severus. We have somewhere dangerous to explore.
He looks over at Caliban. Caliban, are you following Clara?
I am following Clara. And I just said, and I said it, and I say to them in also Triton, it was a pleasure.
The one, like the older gentleman, like face turns stern. The younger one is suddenly embarrassed, having literally said, like, you guys are basically circus freaks in front of you that you understood. But yeah, they step to the side, believing, of course, that you must be an EK along with Clara, as the three of you walk across this no man's land and into the ruined structures of what must be an ancient Trasmerian town. It has all the energy of like a town after being like air raided, like bombs dropped on the top. It's just stonework that is like the outer walls and sometimes the foundations. There's no roofs on any of the buildings whatsoever. Sometimes the stairs dip down into covered areas. When you see those covered areas, you do see these individuals wearing black dog masks that are like squatting down. Some of them have fires and they're like cooking something over it, you know, like little pots hanging on sticks, talking quietly amongst themselves. I assume, Clara, you're not making any sort of attempt to be hidden, as it were.
Nope.
As one of them sees you, he stands up and sort of instinctively reaches to his side for a weapon. He sees your chimera and he puts his hands up instead.
No need. Although I appreciate you staying your hand. We don't mean any harm. Neither of the three of us.
He sniffs the air like an animal, and nods as if, like, he believes you.
You understand what I'm saying. Is there a language you would feel more comfortable speaking?
He says, I speak some trade, yes. I'm not native speaker.
What do you speak natively?
Triton.
Do you need me to play translator?
Only if there's something he doesn't understand, I suppose. It's handy that you can. I came this way because I noticed in town that people with your masks were being apprehended, and no one seemed bothered, not even worried.
He says the opinions of my companions are not popular among most.
You don't have to, it's not your job to educate me. But what exactly do you believe that the people here take such offense to?
Somewhat using Caliban, somewhat speaking in trade, would essentially describe to you that they are of the belief that the people of Trismere have been basically reduced to nothing more than like obedient animals, and they wear the black dog masks essentially to be like, hey, if we're gonna act like it, let's just do it. Like, let's just put it out there on our faces and admit it. And essentially, yeah, it's not, you know, it's not a very enjoyed expressed opinion, as it were, and they get ostracized.
The guard said you engaged in criminal things, that's why you were being arrested. Is there actual truth to that, or did they just use that as an excuse to get you out the way?
Those who own stores will not sell to us. Those who have money will not give us jobs. So long as we wear the mask, they will not allow us to engage in the rules as they see fit, so we must engage in our own.
What do you need urgently? What is the highest thing on your priority list? Food? Medicine? Water, maybe?
Food, yes. A way out of this city for now would be good. We wander usually, but we have been, shall we say, trapped here.
Do you have sufficient cooking implements? Pots, pans, things like that?
Always more would be good, but so far we do well, yes.
How many of you are there here in this town?
When we arrive, 70, now 50, I believe.
I'm gonna mentally think that. How long are we here for?
Till
A
morning.
9.
I'm gonna hold my hand up to him. I'll be 1 minute. And I'm gonna try and call Dafer.
Your crystal tablets don't work out this far, unfortunately. You're too far from the crystal tower.
I am going to cast Find Familiar and summon a bird to try and find Dafer.
Give me a survival check, Clark. With advantage, because of the bird.
What's that, birdie? Clara's in the well.
22.
Skims up, and because your party is like sat out on this little jetty platform, like brightly lit, they're like the easiest people to find. Like genuinely, Clara, like the bird goes up, you find them in minutes.
I'm gonna have the bird like flap around Dafer's head to try and get his attention.
Dafer, you get bird bombed.
Also, when
Wait,
I suddenly invasion of privacy.
Wait, what kind of bird is it?
What would Clara
Parrot.
go? Maybe like a hummingbird, I think feels very fair.
Woodpecker.
I would have suggested a corvid. They can talk.
Well, they could mimic.
Yeah, and they can mimic your thoughts. You could do that.
But a
Can't you
hummingbird.
just talk to a familiar anyway, though?
Yeah, just talk to your familiar. Have it repeat like a really short phrase.
A hummingbird is buzzing around Dafer's head at present.
And I think
Alright,
Dafer at first tries to like swat it away because he just thinks it's, I don't know, local fauna or something, and then realizes, wait, there's no way hummingbirds are local. There's
This really
absolutely
is
no way.
extravagant.
Oh, I was eating here. Wait. Okay. So, what is this? What do you want, L1? I don't know. Do you also want food? Did you escape from your I don't know,
Dafer,
owner or
like,
something?
Fly
Dafer feels
over
like
to Dafer and like tug one of his ears.
What
I'm
the
gonna offer
hell?
it some tea.
I feel like Dafer is. What languages does Dafer speak? I feel like he'd know Benaric.
He does, yeah.
Yes.
And I feel okay. Damn it! I don't speak Benaric. I
Yeah,
can't.
I think it's only Dafer who does.
Damn it!
It becomes useful when you have to take apart robots, etc.
But yeah, Dafer, this hummingbird seems to be pulling on your ear, buzzing around, and
I was enjoying this. God damn it. Guys, give me a minute. I'll try and figure out what this thing wants.
the moment Dafer stands up and turns around, like Terminus is like on by his seat, just picks up the scallop he was about to eat, like full on swallows it, doesn't chew, just instantly.
I'll try and grab, I don't know, like a few bites for the road.
You accidentally
Having
grab
already
Terminus,
paid my
and
tab.
like his head inflates like a squeaky toy, and he squeaks as you like grab him by the midsection. He's like, just looks at you like, hi.
I was still gonna eat that scallop.
He like reaches into his own stomach with his tongue and pulls out the partially digested scallop and holds out in front
No.
of you.
Okay.
You were silent this whole day, and you take now to do this.
Not anymore, I guess. I'll try to grab like at least.
Frog.
The frog. Please no, I
Eat the
saw
frog.
frog's legs on one of these stools. Don't. Hey, he says, that's familiar, by the way. I recognize a spirit compressed into bird form anyway.
That means it's Clara's. That means she has found something to work through. Alright,
She could be
let
a
me
creature with
just
tongue.
grab. Actually, that
Yes.
is a good point. Let me
His
grab a
tongue
few bites.
lashes out and grabs the other scallop from your plate as you're thinking about it.
God damn it! Fine, I'm leaving.
Is Adhira bad enough to dine and dash? I want to say yes, but like as a player, I'm like, oh.
I think we already paid.
What check would you say this is?
For each of you, it was 15 gold pieces. So what is that? 60 gold all told? No.
45.
45.
Yeah, she'll pay.
Terminus looks at you and says, "They tip here."
Okay. Tip 2 more gold.
As you're picking him up, he's like 10% as usual.
Yeah, well, we got stopped at the front, so.
As you
How
go.
does he know their tip rates? We just got here.
Terminus has been to other tables.
I mean,
He just
Diff-
says,
differ-
it's gourmet. No one knows the difference between 2 or 3 scallops on a plate.
He's right too.
I do.
Um,
There were 3 and now there's 0. And I only have 1.
you are party to this whole conversation from a distance, of course, through the hummingbird.
Yep.
Doesn't it feel good to take from the rich people? I ask under my breath.
Caliban is just asking, "Hey, what's taking so long?"
Dafer and Terminus are arguing about Scallop.
are you? What's the plan? Just like lead them there with the hummingbird, I suppose, at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys are led to. Do you want to like head out to where the guards are, Clara, or do you want to see if they can get past the guards themselves, or what do you want to do?
No, I'll go back. I'll ask Caliban if he doesn't mind staying with the folk.
No, I'm fluent, so I'm fine with them. Also, none of them would be able to kill me if they tried.
I don't think they're going to try. Look at them, they're half
We-
starved.
Exactly.
Do we pass that big courtyard?
Absolutely, yeah.
What's the story on the storms?
Are you
Is it
stopping
like an
to read it as Clara like
a glancing one? So I'm willing to make a check for
Give
it.
me a perception check.
This is me, the devil on Clara's shoulder. Drive that hummingbird straight into her cheek.
You get a perfect view of it. You look at it. You realize you don't fucking speak Trident as you look at this plaque.
Clara's going to get this whole side group tested for ADHD at the end of this.
You guys reach the sort of like border space between the ruins and the rest of the settlement. And Clara, you walk out of the kind of like ruined town area to see your companions following a hummingbird towards you.
Oh, wonderful, it worked.
Hey, Clara. What's going on? What is this place?
This is technically somewhere we're not allowed to be because it's quote unquote dangerous. There's a bunch of starving people here. They haven't had food in a long time, no one will serve them. So I'm gonna hand my Crystal card to Devo. There's about 50. Get whatever supplies you need, anything that I can afford. I want to help.
I mean, the card is not going to do much. We're going to have to use the gold coins that we have with us, but fine. I'll hand you your card back.
Oh, thanks.
Boy, Adhira.
Did he say Oyed here?
No, I said deploy Adhira.
She.
What is...
Axel? Or at least inform Axel of the situation here.
I mean,
I'd say
just for reference, I mean, whatever we do here is not going to last. So, unless we have a solution that, I don't know, solves their problem within the next 24 hours, why ever they can't buy the stuff themselves.
You said they have to
It's gonna
leave,
be
don't
rough.
they?
Yeah, they're looking for a way out, but I don't know how they're going to find one if they're still worried about where their next meal's going to come from. They're starving. And I don't disagree with what they're doing either.
What
can I do to
are they
help?
doing?
They think that a lot of the Trismerians have basically become glorified obedient animals. Like they're treated as almost second-class citizens for people who come through. So they wear dog masks. And apparently, from what I can tell, engage in petty thievery because no one will talk to them or sell them anything. So they don't really have a choice, it's for survival. I briefly glanced at Adhira. Not that we're paragons for petty thievery either.
They're doing what they can to
So-
survive. It's like you said.
I know.
I wouldn't call this doing what they can to survive. They're making a stand for their principles. That's not necessarily doing what you can to survive. But they're trying to stay true to, I don't know, their principles, I guess.
Well, they're being arrested left, right, and center from what I can see. So it does kind of feel like I'm not even sure they'd let them out if they tried.
I mean, we asked them. Guard?
This older gentleman, kind of like off to one side, trying to not be involved in this, sighs as you yell Dafer and walks over says, "Yes."
Are the people in there free to leave if they were to choose to leave Mirage altogether?
He frowns and says, "No, I'm afraid the Baroness Colum wishes to have words with them. I assure you they will not be harmed when they are taken away, if that is what you're worried. But yes, they have things to discuss."
So, not necessarily our jurisdiction.
Adhira would listen in just from a cursory, inspection of his sky. Does it seem like he's withholding anything, or does he just genuinely not know further?
On an 8, Adhira, you've heard this kind of language from guards a lot. You don't need to roll high to tell that he's using nice words to describe something that isn't as nice as he's trying to describe. That said, you don't detect he's exactly lying either. They're not gonna be executed or whatever, but it's not gonna be comfortable. Let's put it that way, is what you get here.
They said, what was the Baroness wish to speak with them?
Yeah, let me spell it for you.
Does this name ring any
Give me
bells
a
for
history
me?
check.
Give me a sec. There we go.
16. Not in a grand sense, Caliban, but having read the documents for this this mission, you know the Vivian Colum is essentially one of the four heads of this town. There are so there's Gilles, Vivian, Germain, and Thomason. All 4 of those seem to have some equal say in this settlement, basically. I'll type them out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
And do I have it?
They're all Colum?
No, sorry, they're different last names, but I couldn't be bothered to give you 4 full noble names.
It was Giles and Germain
Giles
and Thomason.
Yes.
You have 2 Giles.
Oh,
Giles and Gilles.
Sorry. Germain, yeah, not Giles.
16 will only give me some familiarity with them. I don't know who they are or their temperament.
They're all in charge of pretty they all own, in a sense, right? Several pretty important towns, be it coastal towns, which are some of the more important here in Truzmir, or big wineries or things like that. They're all very wealthy individuals that have been peer selected by other nobles to maintain this, for all intents and purposes, a pleasure city for nobles who want to go on holiday. This is a resort town in a sense.
I'm gonna ask the rest of the party. Do you think we'll have enough time to? Is there any? Okay. Is there any way I, as a Halig, am able to invoke some sort of wishing to meet with this Baroness?
Give me an insight check. A 5. Your name has a lot of pull back home. Your dad could definitely just waltz into any of their estates and talk to someone. Caliban, it's a little harder for you. You'll likely be allowed to be put on some sort of waiting list, but right now, at night, before morning, not likely. Caliban is sort of what you think.
shit. Okay.
I mean, surely we have to come back through here.
Yes, you would have
So,
to come
like,
back.
maybe the waiting list is not the worst idea.
Yeah, but I don't
Can't
like
know
the
when.
idea of the fact that they might be taken while
If
we're
are the guards still in earshot?
You can be as far or as close to them as you'd like. I'm not gonna catch you with like, aha, this guard was listening.
Yeah.
Your character's here,
Adhere is going to look at Clara and be like, God is, at the very least, downplaying the conditions that they'll be questioned in.
I know.
Don't like this.
I just don't know what we can do about it on such short time.
If we pool all our gold and throw out some noble names, could we get a couple more carriages attached to our train?
Where are you
Doubt
going to take them, though?
it.
That's the rub.
Your train has 2 empty passenger carriages on it right now. So
It's-
That's not.
there's space like for the people on there. It would be cramped, but yes, you could fit them on the train. Obviously, that's a whole other kettle of fish of problems, but like, I'll just say that is physically possible to do.
I'd like to point out that the real problem is not fitting them on the
Yes.
train. It is actually getting either the permission or forcing the situation to allow them to be on there. Like the problem
Oh,
is not. The problem is giving them a path to leave.
The 2 people of importance that you know in the city right now are Axel, who doesn't seem keen to come out, and technically Caliban's mum could be here somewhere in the city still.
Okay, let's set a meeting point. Goes. We probably need to get our supervisor's attention on this subject.
Give me a perception check, if you're
Oh boy.
14. The ruined town that you guys are stood on the outskirts of presses right up against one of the outside walls. The outside walls are not overly tall. As I said, they're more decorative than anything. If you could sneak them out, it would probably be somehow over those walls at the edge of the town. There are guards somewhere in that area. They could be distracted, maybe, like Adhira, as you're looking at it. It's obviously not perfect or foolproof, but yeah, you could try and get them out that way.
Where would that wall be on the other side of compared to the train tracks?
The opposite side of the city. The exact opposite side.
Well, there's another solution, but it's not pretty, and, well, I guess it's if all else fails. Those walls are the side of the little encampment. Not the sturdiest. And I bet you not being as watched as hard.
You are suggesting I potentially put the entire town at risk with a hole in the wall to get these out?
I didn't mean that.
Definitely puts a hand over his face, to I don't know, fiddle around with his eyes to distract himself for a bit. I'm not sure we can actually. I'm not too convinced we have too many options here. we have the night. We're leaving by the morrow. This has been a problem years in the making.
We could put a bug in Caliban's mom's ear about it. The Von Haligs love having little pet projects, correct, Caliban?
Well, I will. Is this about the Grawl thing?
Well, not necessarily about the... Just like, it would look nice for your family to be helping out this outcast population, potentially. Yes?
I'm not sure that's how it would be framed.
Okay, then if the Von Haligs aided in removing a dangerous criminal element from this fine city.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, that's a more digestible way for these people.
Your mom is nice. She's charitable. I also second we tell her.
You know, likely not a sane or an actually doable idea, but it did make me snicker at the thought of, I don't know, you claiming that these people here insulted you and that's why you personally need to have them take responsibility for those, and that's why you can't just hand them over. It's now your problem. Would be silly.
Not a bad idea.
Wait, we're going with that?
What are you thinking, Cal?
The heavenly virtue of spite.
Is there a commandment within the religion saying spite is not a sin? Possibly.
No, but
I don't know.
You're renaming your angelic weapon to spite. Forget wrath, forget ruin. It's spite.
If spite leads someone to an act of creation, then the goddess is fine with spite.
Oh boy.
I mean, if you're gonna lie like that, can you even sell it? Do we have anyone that can sell that kind of lie?
Shit. Many things.
What are you thinking, Callum?
I guess at the very least, I'll just have to be able to put in a possible word to see if Caliban's mom can probably do something about it. Because, like, at the very least, Caliban's gonna have trouble.
Terminus pops out of the lantern and says, "You two, your engagement is public, right?"
Kind of.
Just sort of like does the hand like side to side thing.
What if the two of you were here for romantic purposes, you know, getting to know each other, noble courtship, and having walked into this location, yes, you were personally offended. Perhaps the outrage of two noble houses to be aligned would be enough to at least rattle the old man into compliance.
I
Possibly.
don't know if I can do that.
Well, at the very least, I can. Well, he sort of just like looks at his arms, metaphorically strong arm them into letting me take care of this if they, quote unquote, cannot do their jobs.
Terminus looks at you, Clara, and says, "Because if you did the lie, it would make it true to everyone else, right?"
I've spent my whole life thinking about ways to make the world better, and I've spent my entire adult life, if you can even call it that, doing the exact same thing that these people are doing. And just because I happen to be born into some hotshot family, I don't get the consequences that they do. I can't be that person, even falsely. My entire name is built on doing the opposite.
Well, Caliban just like looks at her, then looks back at Terminus. Well, I guess it'll fall on me to get our hands dirty.
Terminus looks at you, Caliban, and says, do you think you can be... I mean, I know that you're a stuck-up noble who thinks very highly of themselves, but outrage you've never really done well.
Oh, I don't need to be all fuming, red in the face, mad about it.
Oh yeah? Well, I think your hair is average.
You take that back!
Okay, go.
There it is.
He casts guidance on you.
What if we took the sword and offered it as leverage? You want this national treasure back? Give us the people. Let them leave.
Terminus kind of looks at you and says, what is with that sword anyway?
I don't know. I couldn't read Titan. I bet you it's an angel's weapon, like what the Von Helix have. And
I should have read that earlier.
It's not far from here. We've got time to look.
I am curious. It was very shiny.
Any of us capable of helping him sell that lie? I know I'm not. I'm the worst liar.
I think Clara is out on that sense. She just cannot be part of that. And I see.
I'm also not a very good liar. My persuasion is quite good. Clara is, for lack of a better way to put this, she's a little too earnest to have a good deception score.
You're a glass
-1
of like, how do I put it? Social situations. Or the
Yeah.
other way around, a tank of social situations.
I'm fully for, and here is fully for this. I don't know if she has anything immediately that would be able to help. She's not one of those friends in high places. It's the she's the left hand that helps get things greased, while the right
You
hand.
could still help Caliban out in what he's saying. I guess the question is, Caliban, do you want to check out the sword, or do you want to go with it here to talk to the guard?
I'll go with
Go
it
to the
here.
guard.
Okay. Caliban, Adhira, you kind of step away from the area where you guys are tucked away. The guard sees the two of you coming again, and you almost like see his eyes roll out of his skull as he turns around towards you and says, "We are trying to fulfill a duty here. Please, if you could keep your questions more minimal."
She looks at him, hands on her hips, and assumes her best imitation of, like, the hoidiness of nobles, the offense of what every single slight and thing going wrong in a day is just an affront.
Adhira, if you slap him, I'll give you advantage on the performance check.
Wait, would I kill him?
No.
Can I make it like a... Okay, I can make it like a normal...
You can make
Yeah.
it a normal slap, but if you slap him, I'll give you advantage on the performance check. Obviously, if you still roll low, that's gonna have a worse outcome, but I will.
Yeah. I'll take that gamble.
Okay.
I'll
That's your
take
Front
gamble.
hand. No, very, very womanly slap.
Yes, okay. I understand.
Pimp slap.
Yeah.
Do you know who this is?
Give me a performance check with advantage.
With 19.
There's two moments of shock. The first one is the impact of your hand, and the second one is looking at this EK that he sort of brushed off, and the fact that he is wearing quite obviously like noble grade attire with this lustrous silver hair. And when you say, "Do you know who this is?" something in his head like rattles out of place, and he looks at you and says, "No, I did not mean to make offense. Who may you be?"
As my, I would like to make Adhira my seneschal in this instance.
Yeah, Adelaide.
What just Avalon introduce me?
Adhira, introduce me.
For the bit, you understand Adhira as a person who does not like the idea and concept of nobles, but in this moment, you two are harmonizing on a frequency that she is reveling in. She straightens herself. This is Lord Caliban von Haelig, holder of the angelic weapon Wrath. His family is of great import in the Impressian city.
Caliban. and the lie we're selling here is the individuals in the Black Mass are under your purview because of a personal slight. Is that the...
Yes. And since it is clear that you are unable to do your job yourself, it is by my own noble authority that I must dirty my hands.
Give me deception or intimidation with advantage from Atira's help and a d4 from Terminus getting you red in the face by insulting your hair.
Hold on. Okay.
What, D4? D4?
Yeah, you can add a d4 to it still.
Okay. 1.
That's the guidance.
4. Ah.
23.
The guidance was the crit.
Yeah, 23 as a crit. This guard, pale in the face, stammering, seems to forget, like, there's a chain of command for this. Like, if even what you say is true, they should go to the Baroness and be like, Caliban von Haelig has made this plea or whatever. And yet, in this moment, the panic makes them say, "What would you bid me do, my lord?"
There is a tram. I would have you take these rabble and have them aboard the train. Do so with haste, and I will ensure that your name is not on any of the records that I will be committing.
The order goes off to, like, his second in command. It starts to spread among the ranks, and they start moving towards the into the, like, ruin proper. As your command ripples forth, and as people are being told that they're to be taken onto a train now, as this message is starting to go through the ruins, a very expensive carriage rolls up. A crest embedded on the side of the carriage appears to be 3 columns with a tree perched atop the 3 columns. So it's like the roots dangle down off onto the right and left hand side, and the spitting image of a woman you've only ever seen a picture for begins to step off of the carriage as Vivian swings kind of like out and steps out into the city street to see her guards seemingly doing something without her instruction. And as our eyes pan across to you, Caliban, that's where we'll end the session for this week.